All right, what up, y'all? Mic check. Like we're good. Cam check. I think we're all good. Dax music also check. What is happening? So honestly, we're just gonna just jump right into it. You can get to the main up all these tabs. Hey, look, it's a wild docs out appears. Let's see what's all on this friends list here. Who's all I see all my super secret list of friends here, right? You know, all this happening there. All right. Let me change that real quick. All right, where we're gonna go. Also, who was it? I think it was Cherry sent me a post. It's like don't pick on me. My these are emotional support tabs, by the way. I need all of these tabs for emotional support. Okay, guys. All right. So before y'all pick on me, yeah, I understand that it's important. It's important to me, man. All right. So the idea is for this to be a mostly somewhat short stream here. I'm just gonna focus on maybe a couple of planners or whatnot because there's a lot of work to do on the back end. So, and of course, we got the new unique updates or whatever. I guess we can talk about that too before I even go on to the tab stuff. I'm sure y'all have looked at that already in other people's streams, like Moody. I was in Moody's stream reading it as he was reading it or whatever. So, but yeah, Crown got nerfed like I expected it would be. So Crown is nerfed. And they also changed the core skills or skill ranks is no longer on there. They gave us cooldown instead. Makes sense. Still a really powerful helm, but it's no longer like a a must have. The shard got nerfed as I expected. 200. Yang, what's up, man? On YouTube, what's going on, man? So yep, shard got nerfed as I expected it would too as well. From 300 to 200. Still best in slot for basic attack builds. If basic attacks builds are still a thing coming in the next season, we'll kind of see how that ends up working out. Let's see what else is actually thing. The talisman got nerfed. Definitely not really worth taking. I mean, on Rogue you wasn't gonna take it anyway, but now other builds are kind of like other classes and other builds are just like, I don't know, this is a guarantee anymore. I don't think so. Looking at the new numbers, Creeper and Death got buffed. By the way, in terms of aspect, Dart Dance is actually really good. Well, it got buffed. I don't remember what the old value of this was. I think it was like 40 to 60% or something like that. Actually, let me check. I can check on there. Or maybe not. Hold on. Okay. Oh, that. Okay, never mind. That's on the amulet. It's a resource, so. So I guess it was. Wait, what was it before? Hold on. Let me just do that real quick. And then do Dart Dance. Make sure ain't nothing like weird going on there. 80%. Okay, so it's still 80%. I thought they actually buffed it. So I guess maybe I am mistaken. So what's the new values there? I guess maybe they reworded or redid this part of this. Or is it max life versus 60% life? Was that the change? Hold on. All right, dance. No, 60%. Okay, so I guess they did a percentage value versus 230 to 919 or whatever it was. So I think it's they just did it to where it is 0.2% of your life instead. All right, I guess. You ain't from YouTube here, so you're not thinking basic attacks going to be good anymore. Even with the buff to permafrost imbue. The problem is Victimize. On the rogue, at least, in order for basic attack builds to be good, you need Victimize. You can obviously make Andariel's rogue, right? Andy's rogue, but puncture, but that's more of an Andy's build, not a puncture build, because puncture isn't dealing any damage at all. So, but if you want Heartseeker to deal damage again, you kind of like Victimize needs to work, and on PTR it just didn't work. It was like bugged, but in a different way. So I don't know if they're fixing that in time, because every time I made mention of it, Woody's made mention of it to the devs, we haven't heard any feedback based on it. So we don't know if the not working version is going to go live. But if it does, then Victimize is dead next season, which means that Heartseeker build, I'm gonna go look at it again. I don't think I can. I don't know if I can really make it worth using next season versus some of the other stuff. So that's kind of the thing. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna try. But no guarantees. I haven't actually did any of the math for other setups to see if that actually works out or not. But
kill 'em all. Dark side. We just got raided, son.
What is up, man?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these
What's
new
happening?
viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, Killamall?
Killamall
How you doing, man?
1228 traded my stream with 1 views.
I keep saying traded my stream with the viewers. By the way, Killamall with the sub, 31 months straight, nutty man. Appreciate you. Yangs from YouTube. Is the YouTube feed working correctly right now? My internet's been rather slow in the recent, so I don't know if I've been able to actually get a decent feed all the way to YouTube. So I don't know. I think it's okay. I'm not quite sure. If you're on YouTube and you hear this, please let me know. Infinite, what's going on? Saw you in Woody's chat earlier. All right. So anyways, moving forward. Umber Crux. They changed the implicit, which is okay, sure. So this is a pretty big hit. Surprised you two got the raid music. Yeah, because that one doesn't get me copyright stricken. Like that specific one doesn't get me copyright stricken at all. Crafty, what's going on, man? Good talking with you earlier. Stream looks good on YouTube. Nice. What do you think of the crown of Lucian nerf? Warranted. Definitely warranted. I think it's a good nerf. It puts it in line with some of the other uniques. But on a rogue, you're probably not going to use that anymore. So we'll talk about that more later. I don't know if you saw me in Woody's chat earlier. So is that still the case with how they updated Skyhunter using precision over Victimize? Well, Skyhunter was never a Victimize weapon. It was always a precision weapon. So Skyhunter was always precision. So that would have nothing to do with Victimize at all. The problem is with Victimize itself. So weapon or not, skills or not, doesn't matter. Peach, appreciate it to say the sub. 19 months in a row, appreciate you, man. So the issue with Victimize is this: it's been bugged. It's been bugged since launch, before launch actually. It's been bugged since beta. And it's still bugged, but it's been bugged differently and throughout the stages of Diablo 4. So it was bugged in a pretty similar way from beta to about season 3, like or past season 3. They fixed the bugs to allow damage and stuff, other damage, crit damage, most other multipliers to actually work with Victimize in season 4. But the problem is that while allowing these multipliers and stuff to actually work with Victimize itself, they unfortunately allowed some multipliers to double dip. And not just some, multiple multipliers were able to double dip, which means get multiplied twice or whatever, giving us 3x more damage and regular cases, and then depending on which boss you're fighting, or depending on bosses and ads and whatnot, can be considerably more than that. But point being is that like it went from season 3 and before that not dipping at all with most multipliers to season 4 with everything dipping and some things double dipping. So what they did in PTR was they didn't fix Victimize. What they did was they reverted Victimize back to season 3 and below's value. So that's the issue now. So we're back to the bad Victimize versus the OP Victimize. So we kind of went backwards. Sorry now. Said no, I meant now that you can have the double proc, so it can work with double Heartseeker, and the precision could potentially make you can't do precision with Heartseeker, because Heartseeker cannot proc precision, at least not anymore. Now, basic attacks used to be able to proc precision, but they removed that because they needed to, because it was ruining precision buffs on combo point builds. Oh no, trust me, if precision worked, like if Heartseeker could still proc precision, not that you would want it to for combo point builds, but let's just say for a Heartseeker build, if precision still worked, then yeah, there's definitely a pretty good case for a Heartseeker build going forward next season with precision, and it would do pretty well. Now, you still got to figure out the AoE part of things, because with all that crit damage, you don't really have much of anything that's going to be able to help you with AoE is concerned. Like Shadow Imbuement doesn't get buffed by precision nor crit damage. So like you need to figure out a good way to get some AoE involved. I guess you can do the totem, but that's 20% effectiveness. At least when it's not bugged. Different. We'll talk about that some other time. I mean, if Pain Gorges work correctly, with if all the buffs actually work with Pain Gorgers, that could be an option with precision Heartseeker if it worked with Heartseeker. That at the very least though, like individual damage, like single target damage, Heartseeker would be pretty nuts, or could be pretty nuts with that. But at the moment, I honestly don't know what to really do with the Heartseeker guide on Maxroll, because if Victimize is fixed, let's just cross fingers. If Victimize is fixed and they fix it, then Heartseeker will be top tier build again. So with Pinshot, alongside with Rapid Fire and Barrage, we'll have 4 S tier builds. Oh, and also Andy's Row, so 5 S tier builds pretty easily. But yeah, we'll you just have to see. What about Armor Crust nerf? Well, this is what this is right here, right? So, I think this is. There are several bugs with the totem. If all the bugs are not fixed, then we still have to use this for basically every build, because if you're doing a build that can hit the totem multiple times, you can bug it out and make it deal way more damage than it's supposed to, because it doesn't reduce every hit of damage depending on how fast you're attacking. Without getting into the technical jargon, despite this being nerfed and something you wouldn't use on most builds except for still maybe Barrage, you still might have to use it in every build because it might still be bugged. So we don't know. Even with the nerf, we still might have to use it. So is that 50% damage? That's an implicit now. They just didn't specify that this is the implicit. But yeah, this is a new implicit value now. New song is up. It's called Emotional Support Task. Yeah. I didn't really too much care for this chest anyway, so I don't even know what the new power is compared to the other, or the new fixes, or the new whatever compared to what it was. Because I legit just didn't care. I need to continue working on this. This isn't final. What was the shroud? Wait, does it still have that fixed still? Okay, so it's immune for 2 seconds instead of 3 seconds. Increased by 9, Dark Shroud ranks. So it's 1 to 2 Dark Shrouds instead of 1 to 3. No, I'm wrong. 2 to 3. So not physical damage. I mean, it's basically evade, movement speed. I guess the shadow damage, maybe? No? What did they change? Was it the no? Where? What did they change? Besides the immune. Yeah, I guess they just changed how long the immune is. Immune is it? So what is viable rogue build to start out with? I mean, earlier on, pretty much any rogue build. You can level with any rogue build, like any rogue core skill except for rapid fire. Barrage is still really good to level up with. Flurry is going to be fantastic to level with. Twisting Blaze is always a good choice. Pin shots is never bad. Rapid fire is the only one that you just can't, because you just can't really get the AoE necessary to do like good clears outside of some shadow imbue stuff. But like, there's just other skills that just do better with the leveling thing, and then you can switch to whatever you want. But I think starting off, rapid fire is the only one that's like, unfortunately, you can't target something earlier enough to really give it enough AoE to really make it good for leveling. Is Tyrael's best in slot now? Yeah, it's a stat stick. The thing is that like, what I don't like about that is because I don't really like using legendaries or uniques or whatever as a stat stick. Like, I want the stats and the power to still matter. And on the Tyrael's Might, on the rogue, you don't care about the unique affix at all. I mean, I guess it'll be nice for Helltide, I guess. But I mean, you don't like in most cases you just don't care. And so, but Tyrael's Might is just fire. It's just far better than any other damage reduction type chest you can get. Plus, you save stats because you don't need to get all res anywhere else on your gear once you already got the Tyrael's Might. So it's like, you're done, right? So you're done. You get the Tyrael's Might and you're done with. You don't need much of anything else really. So that new chest is used on Tugboat Road. I've seen it. I've seen it. Yeah, but you're not gonna be able to do that. Well, you're not gonna realistically be able to spec into that in a serious manner next season though, because you're gonna have to have Tyrael's Might. Canadian, what's going on? I was gonna say have to, but like you can do a regular chest with Dark Shroud, but like there's just no point. It's just easier to honestly just craft your first unique as a Tyrael's Might and then be done with it. Like it'll be easier to do that than to get a GA Dark Shroud chest, triple masterwork it, on Dark Shroud, and then some other affix for DR, and it'll still be worse than the Tyrael's Might. That just rolls the way it is. So, not even wind force for the force of wind power. Oh man, is it OBS speed farm option? Oh well, yeah, of course. But I think the thing is that there's many things that can speed farm. Like a rogue as a class is just speed farm. Like period. Like there's not a build on rogue that you can't really speed farm on. Like hell, I mean Flurry is gonna be one of the best speed farmers, depending on the content you're talking about, right? Like let's say Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, low level pits. I mean, so I'm not saying it wouldn't be a speed farm option. I'm just saying that with there being so many different options, I think you got to really think about what can your build do past that point. I think that's the issue. You see what I'm saying? And then you said there's the inventor. Oh yeah, I know. I watched the clip several times. I think it's really cool. Don't get me wrong. I am not bashing it or anything like that. I think it's really, really cool. It's one of those things where if we had an armory, like we can like swap between builds and stuff like easily or whatnot. Like that's something that you can just be like, you can just recommend and be like, yo, let's do this or do this because this is like super fun to play, right? But it's hard if a person wants to do, let's say, oh, I want to go farm bosses now. Well, now what do you do, right? On some builds, like let's say Flurry, for instance, like what do you do now if you went Flurry? You want to farm tournament bosses. Okay, well, guess you can ish. You find a bard to kill the boss for you. Not anymore. Not anymore. You just find another rogue to do it. another rogue who spec into an S+ tier build to do it for you. But yeah, I guess that's my thing. That's the thing. So, but yeah, Tyrael's Might is pretty much best in slot, and I'm probably one of the few that probably don't like the fact that it is, because it's just that good. Like the fact that it's best on slot and on a freaking rogue is insane, given how ridiculously good Dark Shroud already is. So that just goes to show you just how strong that is. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I mean, it makes it easy to gear. But yeah. Wait a minute. What? Hold on, let me hit refresh again. Okay, so they updated it and then they updated it again, because this earlier today was like 20 to 35%. And now they put it back to 5 to 20%. So wait, what did did it used to be then? I put on my amulet because I was thinking something different earlier, but Yeah, dude. Crafty, look at this, man. Like, they pulled a fast one on us, man. Look at this. Yeah, it was 5 to 20 in PTR, and then they buffed it, and then they nerfed it. And then, but, so what's the point of even putting this in here anyway? Like, if this is red, what changed? So why don't, that's not fair. Can we just get like a different aspect to put here? That's not cool. And then they fixed the double true sight because the true sight was here for whatever strange reason. Because of the new aspect only. Yeah, but nothing changed. It shouldn't even be red. It should be white. If you're not going to change anything, it should just be white. You know what I'm saying? Don't confuse us. I'm glad we caught this, though. What else is there? The old was made new, then back to old. I guess so. I'm gonna have to go back to my planner and make the adjustment there. Is that a new aspect code clip? It is. It's not bad. Like if you compare it to other aspects in terms of multiplicative value stuff, it's actually not bad. And also, like for instance, like let's say if you're like in the 1% of players who, you know, might want to choose a, you know, bow basic attack for your combo point builds, right? This can add some definite crowd control to kind of keep distance if you want, so you're not overwhelmed. You know, it being code imbue. If you have puncture, you're slowing them anyway, so you don't have, and you're playing up close anyway, so you don't care. But for like a range build, this can actually be a value still, and also give you a multiplier. Also, Andes, I guess, still as well for the chilled and frozen kind of sort of thing, and you know, just adding more. So like, there's value here still, but we just have so many uniques that we're wearing that it's hard to slot this. We could slot it when it was at 35% because it just ended up straight up better than some of the choices. But at 20% now we're just like, it's gonna be a really niche use. Niche use being like, again, like an off setup, like I will probably do or something. For me personally. Honest question, is Armor Crust, is that good? I don't see how. It was good because of all the bugs that were involved in it. And it also when you could do 2 totems, even at 30% value per totem is what it used to be, it did regular damage, not crowd control damage. So you were able to do full damage on a boss when you were hitting the totem, and the totem was doing the damage to the boss. So it actually made it a very good boss killer. That's what the totem was really good for. For speed farming, you don't really care, honestly. It's really a boss killer. Unique. And it's got some bugs associated with it. And there's one bug that we're kind of really concerned about that isn't really, we don't know if they really fixed. And if they didn't fix it, then Rapid Fire and Barrage is going to be absolutely ridiculously busted at the launch of season 5. So busted that nothing else pretty much comes close. If they do fix the bug, if they do fix the multi-hit bug, I guess is what I will call it, multi-hit bug, then you probably may not use this with Rapid Fire. I mean, it still might be okay on bosses, but it might is a stretch. You still would do it with Barrage because you really need the single target help. So you would do totem with Barrage even if all the bugs are fixed. Rapid Fire though, it might be a hit or miss, depends. But if it's bugged still, and we're getting 2x the damage, then yeah, we're then of course rapid fire obviously will. Yeah, it's still pretty insane if you're doing a basic build. Zarya, what's going on? Cold Imbue gives you vulnerable. What it says? Yeah, but see, that's the thing though. What basic build do you think Rogue is gonna have going into season 5? Like, unless they fix Victimize, which I don't really have any hope that they will, considering I saw nothing in the patch notes and they've adjusted all this stuff. And they have yet to they have yet to mention anything about fixing Victimize from PTR. What can we? I'm not saying we can't do anything, but it's like the only way you can really build, let's say, Heartseeker or do like a sort of a basic attack build of any sort would be like if you went damage to Dark Shroud or something per Dark Shroud Shadow. And even then, we don't know if they've nerfed that on the Tempers. And even then, like that's still kind of a stretch. You can make it work, but I mean, you're looking at maybe at best case scenario, low A tier, maybe high B tier, just because you can't make use of any of your key passives by going that route. I don't know. I'm gonna mess around with it tonight, maybe, or tomorrow night, but I'm not really holding my breath on that. The question is, Trick Stats checks still double dips into precision. I didn't see any bug fix on that, so probably. I could tell you that, well, obviously the trick attacks won't be on the Tempers anymore, but we'll still have it on Cal the Nameless, which makes it best in slot. So, I mean, if they put it on a neck, I don't know. They might, which would be interesting. But if Heartseeker Victimize if it's fit close to oh yeah, absolutely. No questions, Ariel, for sure. That's actually what I was doing going into the PTR when I was reading some of the patch note stuff, thinking Victimize was going to work as intended. Silly me for actually thinking that. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I thought stuff was going to work as intended. Is that a known bug? Yes. Also, Cold Clip doesn't work with Eldritch Bounty for some strange reason. That's a bug, but it wasn't mentioned in the patch notes that it was fixed. So just another one of those things where we're gonna go into season 5 and be like, holy, how many bugs are we gonna implement into our builds going into season 5 that's going to break rogue builds once again. Cold Clip doesn't work with Eldritch Bounty, legendary node. Let me just do a troll thing real quick, or a quick sketch, I guess you could say. I don't know. I don't know whether they recommend the Umbercrux, man. By the way, Kyle the Nameless is best in slot. I don't know if you saw me talk about it in Woody Joe's stream earlier. I think I saw some of you guys in there. Definitely Kyle the Nameless is best in slot, especially if Trick Attack still double dips. Then nothing comes close. I'm gonna say nothing comes close. It's obviously better than the other stuff, damage wise. But I mean, you can still do Shaco, or I wouldn't do Crown because there's no point. Like, why do less damage and have to figure out your resources when you can just do Kyle instead. So, yeah. The good news is that you only want to bother with maybe 2 Uber uniques, maybe 1 depending on if you're not a fan of Starless Skies, and not everybody is, like trying to keep that up. I know some people just simply just do not like it. So you're one of those. Even for combo point builds, the good news is that you only need to craft 1 Uber unique, and that would be the Tyrael's Might, which is the best Uber unique in the game. And you're done with a lot of defense, and you're all right. So, Tyrael Rogue. No, there's no such thing as a Tyrael Rogue. It's a season of Tyrael's Might, basically, because every class and build wants 1. So, it's really not. You're not doing it for the unique affix. You could care less about the unique affix at all. You just want the stats, because the stats are just incredibly OP at the moment. Yeah, I never thought I would see the day that we would see Tyrael's Might with Rogue. Did not see that coming, to be honest with you. I actually don't dislike Cold Clip on the amulet if I'm gonna stick with Cold Imbuement still. Or if I choose to stick with Cold Imbuement still. I'm also being, well, no, let's switch this real quick too. Because I had Heartseeker up there first. So who was that? Appreciate the follow. Why not Fist of Fate? Not good enough. Also extremely difficult to get one that would make it worth it. Like extremely difficult. Again, if I'm trying to put together something, let's say that would be accessible to someone reading a Maxroll guide, I would not recommend Fist of Fate. Zara says, I don't know. I don't think I'll be using Tyrael's on Puncture Andy. Is it because you needed an aspect? It's just so easy to cap stuff though. It's one of those things where, like, if someone was to craft their first Uber unique, right? And it's like, if you want to solve your RRes easily, if you want to survive very easy, you don't have to worry about trying to trade for a chest for, GA ranks to Dark Shroud or you die type ordeal, like type ordeal for, like, let's say the more casual player base. This just solves so many issues. It's just a slot and then go type ordeal. Again, I will reiterate, I'm not the biggest fan of Tyrael's Might, but it just makes things so easy. And it'll save the player base, the player a headache trying to get that Dark Shroud chest. So many times have I this past season, people who were like dying left and right before they were able to get a Dark Shroud chest, that were saying, I can't survive with Heartseeker. I'm just like, hey, what's going on? And one of the first questions I asked is, do you have a Dark Shroud chest? And he said, no. I'm like, okay, well, we found 80% of the issue there. It sucks that it was that way. Now, granted, Dark Shroud is even better next season because you can't lose more than 1 per 1.5 seconds, but which should make it easier for the casual player base too. Since we're 2 months away, do you think we're getting a campfire chat a month in season 5 or season 6 news and updates? We'll probably get some sort of news about the expansion. Hard to say if it'll be a campfire chat. Not sure. Do you think rapid fire Heartseeker should you build for season 5? Definitely rapid fire. I'm basing this off of if Victimize is not fixed. When do I think Maxroll going to update site for new items? I don't know, Zerai. We're at the mercy of our dev. So whenever our dev can get whatever is, else there needs to get done. Like he's really good, don't get me wrong, but he also has to do the whole site. So he's not just updating other back-end items and stuff and planners for other games and sites, but you also gotta do ours too. So I'm hoping in the next day or two. We're all have been like asking the same question. I think Mippy has been the one that's been the most diligent about it in our Discord. Like every hour or so, it's like, is it ready yet? 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 Is it updated yet? I mean, it's important to have it, so I get it. I get it. I was Heartseeker in season 4. It was good, but very boring. I mean, I think if you chose to make it that way, you could. Like if you just stood there and just held right click, you could do that. I tried to fancify it a little bit, but like technically speaking, you didn't have to. So if you wanted to stand still and kind of like, hold down right click after getting your multipliers, you could, but you didn't have to do that. I went a lot more glassy and decided to stutter step around a bit. Again, didn't have to, but there's a choice I made, but it made it fun for me. Feels bad. Code Imbue can't work anymore with Combination Dagger. You would need 18 charges for it to work. Yeah, I mean, if you do if you do 2 to 1, right, 2 to 1 ratio, then you're gonna burn through your charges like mad. Crafty was talking about doing a poison imbuement instead, kind of like doing the work around that way so you can always be imbued. And technically speaking, that could offset the damage that you would gain from doing cold imbuement itself. Although the poison imbuement damage is still rather like shitty because obviously your precision doesn't buff poison imbuement at all. So you're only using poison imbuement just to have it, mainly just to have the imbuement itself. Or just have elemental damage. You're talking with them all day. Yeah, I was talking with them all day too today. Yeah. But I just don't like. I don't know. Like I think my personal route is probably going to be a bit different than what I put up. But I'm trying to find. So what build are you starting with there? I said, well, I'm probably gonna level with Barrage, just like I almost always do. I usually always level with Barrage, and then I end up going into Rapid Fire, last season I went from Barrage to Rapid Fire to Heartseeker. Chances are I'll go from Barrage to Rapid Fire to back to Barrage to play around with that as well, to Flurry, into whatever else at that point. Probably some side stuff. See if Heartseeker still works, or some off-brand Heartseeker variation could work. Barrage dash step all the slash empty hectic aspect bros. Yeah. Is a legendary ricochet rapid fire viable? You hate the lob rapid fire effect. Sally, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. The short answer is no. They buffed this ring, the Scoundrel's Kiss, even more, making it even more mandatory than it already was. Doing it without it means you would need Shadow Imbuement for some sort of clearing potential, which doesn't get buffed with precision, meaning that you can get away with it in some low level content, but it starts to become not a thing that, the higher up you go. But I agree with you, probably. So I don't like the lob effect either, but it does feel better. It did feel better in PTR because they increased the AoE again in PTR. So it feels better than before. But just like you, I prefer the old rapid fire, the straight shooting rapid fire. Is rapid fire good when using a controller? I think it's okay. The person to talk to about that is Crafty. I don't know if he's still in chat, but he uses rapid fire in a controller. Targeting can be a bitch, can be a real bitch on a controller there. Zaryo does too. I forgot. Yeah, Zaryo does controller as well. Unless you can run without Dark Shroud and use Tyraels instead, and Tyraels would be better. But I don't want to run Tyraels and Dark Shroud Umbris. You say it's too much defense? That's something I never heard of on the road. Not saying you're not wrong. I'm just saying I just thought I'd never hear today where we can spec for too much defense. What's my favorite change? Honestly, probably the Sky Hunter. If I had to just pick just one, probably the Sky Hunter. Is Heartseeker still viable? Don't know. If they don't fix Victimize, it won't be. Zerai says even 3-1 won't be enough. Oh yeah, okay, I already mentioned that a bit. Yeah, but I don't know what can we do though, Zerai? Like, what do we like? What do you do? Like, it starts to become pretty uncomfortable at some point, right? I mean, you don't just go physical, so because physical is just worse, and just go 3-1 for start and see from there. Well, in that case, actually, Heartseeker actually won't be that bad if you go 3-1 then. Not Heartseeker as in like a main build, but like a side variation in a sense. Because you still have to go 3-1 anyways with Heartseeker regardless. You didn't have a choice. You couldn't use the combination dagger as a second point there. Says 3-1 is doable, but you can't use Starless. Wait, how come you can't use Starless if you do 3-1? Is it just because you still need the charges? Can I answer your last question? I'm sorry, what's it? I don't know anything about the rapid fire builds. What items should I focus when season 5 launch? I'm Duro. We will get you there. Like what I'm doing right now is part of getting the information out on Maxroll for you guys. So you'll have it. Trust me, you'll have all your information before the season launches on Maxroll. I don't think it's just one item you need to focus on. On rapid fire, you're gonna need multiple different things, and I'm gonna walk you through that on Maxroll. I can't just tell you right now, oh, just get Sky Hunter and you're good. Like it ain't gonna work that way. Or you know what I'm saying? Like you need more than just that. But I got you, sir. Also got some experts in chats too as well that I'm picking their brains Heartseeker, sorry, Darkside. If sorry, I'm reading two different chats. But if you stat lucky hit for Heartseeker, it doesn't matter. It's Victimized. That's the problem. It deals shit damage right now from PTR. It's bugged, but worse. Like it's badly bugged from the previous way it was bugged. So you can have 500% lucky hit. It won't matter. I mean, you won't need that. I mean, you can proc Victimize every shot, and you still won't do nearly enough damage. It's not how often you can proc Victimize. It's the fact that Victimize on PTR did not work with many multipliers, including crit damage, which is very bad. If Heartseeker's actually fixed for season 5, how would I change it up for season 5? I have a planner for that still, for when I tried to do it on PTR. So, I mean, I'll hold on to it, but I don't know if I'll write it up on Maxroll though, just because I don't know if I really want to spend the time to do that. Well, I don't know. I'm about to talk with Woody about it. Because I don't want to put that on Maxroll updated and then it not work. And then people are building into it and then spending resources on it. And then, Victimize is still broken. You see what I'm saying? Then I have to kind of take it off. Or I have to just rewrite the entire guide to do a whole different path that's going to be nowhere near as effective. You see what I'm saying? So, but I'll let you know. I mean, as long as you're still tuning in here, I'll let you know. Atari's, sorry, I stepped away for a second. That's your previous message. What's my favorite change? Sky Hunter, probably, if I had to give one thing. Parents was going, how's my Friday? It was all right. It's all right. Went to a new restaurant today. It was pretty cool. Will Heartseeker be as good next season? I don't know if I already answered that question for everybody. I don't know who's in ads or who's not in ads. We don't know. Heartseeker either has the potential to be an S tier build again if Victimize is fixed, or it's to be determined. Somewhere in low A tier, maybe high B tier or something, with some sort of wacky setup that I might can kind of think of, but it wouldn't be Victimize Heartseeker. But T.S., what's going on? There's another one, bro. I got all the Rogue Theorycrafters tonight. Not all the Rogue Theorycrafters. I don't got like Sanctum and Slot and maybe else got, but yeah. I got quite a few, man. I got those who play Rapid Fire up at that. I got those who actually play Rapid Fire, like actually play Rapid Fire in this stream tonight. So that's pretty cool. And not like bandwagon Rapid Fire. We're talking about people who played it before it was, a thing. Oh, Lucky too as well. But Lucky's also didn't play Rapid Fire until this season, so I would put him in the bandwagon category. But yes, Lucky's also another one, yes. You said waiting for Sorg bills. I feel like not being able to use Starless and C3-1 CP builds is fake news with enough attack speed is pretty comfy. I think it's more so about the charges, not being able to actually keep up the buff. Because I mean, you'll be able to keep up the buff just fine if you want to play like that. I know a lot of people don't like that. But if you want to play like that, keeping up the buff isn't difficult. What Zerai and Crafty is talking about is the amount of cold imbuing charges. Because you'll run out of cold imbuing charge. You can actually fix this issue or partially fix this issue if you go with Shaco instead. But then you're losing a lot of damage just to try to offset that. So, I mean, it's not worth going Shaco to fix a problem, or to not. You don't really fix it. You just put a pretty nice band-aid on it. We're talking about like a Transformers band-aid, or I don't know, the Simpsons band-aid on it. But you just do less damage to not solve the whole issue. You see what I'm saying? So like that's not really a route you can really go. Dagger. For Infernals, where you could swap items inside would be good though. To swap Sheikah. Wait, we can swap items in Infernal Hordes. Is that an oversight? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan. I am not a fan. I'm not a fan of that. I am not a fan of that. I mean it might just be, it might just is, is what it is, but I am not a fan of that. Right now Cal is better than Lucian. Yeah. It's better. Like it's not even like, it's not really debatable. If we're talking about just raw, if you're just talking about like damage in general, it's really not debatable. Now you can maybe versus like it, I don't know, like against a boss though, Cal, like a boss that lasts like forever. Cal can be hit or miss. Lucian, a crown might have an advantage just because it's just a flat multiplier versus trick attacks being something that requires crowd control. But you do stagger faster with the Cal. So I mean, I don't know. I can't think of any situation you would not do Cal on. You sure Cal is better crown? Yeah, just the stats alone makes it better because trick attacks. And if trick attacks still double dips with precision, then it's really not close. And this is like a non-GA Cal. So like we're talking about just like, a couple of masterworks on trick attacks and unstable elixir, like one on like unstable elixir or whatever like that. Like you don't have to get a perfect Cal for it to be better than like a loose crown. Like all right, so retribution is probably still gonna double dip. Keck W. So we'll still have that. So I think I probably put retribution here then, right? I hope it doesn't. I sincerely hope it does not. But I don't think it's not gonna be. I don't think it's not gonna be that way. So I can either do Edge Masters here. Oh wait, what I did just now. We can do either Edge, or we can do Cold Clip actually. It's really the same thing, except Edge Masters actually works no matter what. But I mean, at least Cold Clips is also pretty consistent when you have the thing up. Whereas Edge Masters is, I mean, it's still. Bosses have ads as well. That's true. J-Rock is, see, it'll destroy every non-boss area. Yeah, that's the thing. Do we all still need rogues for crit damage temper? I don't know. Gonna be honest, I don't know. All right. So we're gonna drop because I trust the guys in chat for sure. I have zero reason not to. They know their shit. And I also agree. We'll probably drop the Starless, get the Cold and Beer charges. Also be more player friendly too, because people aren't gonna want to keep up the Starless guys. This might be like, you know, if we could put this back in, this would be like the tryhard, like a tryhard variant. What do you want? Attack speed, of course. Crit damage. We don't need crit chance. Oh, sorry. We don't need crit chance. If we do 3-1, you don't need crit chance. 2-1, you probably did because you want to try to get the precision proc on 2-1. Dex, okay. Oh, actually, we actually gain a free aspect now. So what we're gonna do here? Edge Masters now. So I'll tell you this and leave as it is. Whatever advice you want to give me is up to you. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, I got a pretty busy chat today, so I'm trying to balance both chats or answer questions in both chats. But yeah, I'll hit you up on Discord, man. I got you, parents. Yeah. All right, Dex, that makes sense. We'll masterwork it to 12. I'm not gonna do any GAs on it quite yet. I guess I might have to do. I don't know if I need to do a GA right now on the attack speed or not. I haven't done the math for frame break points quite yet, so I don't know if that needs to be a GA or not. But so here's the hard part. So if trick attacks obviously is, let's say we could pick trick attacks, right? That would obviously be somewhere. I don't know if I can recommend 3 passive amulet. I want to so bad, but I can't. I gotta do one that's like, I gotta do a stat that's pretty common, like one stat that's pretty common. So I gotta pick two passes because I cannot recommend a 3 passive amulet on Maxroll. Can't do it. I will get chewed out by the people. Well, Woody for one, and then the higher ups after that. No. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, I got chewed out before about it. I'm gonna get chewed out no matter what. I either get chewed out by like other theory crafters for not recommending a 3 passive amulet, or I get chewed out by my superiors for recommending a 3 passive amulet. I think it's a lose-lose situation. It's a lose-lose situation. But if I had to pick the two, I see some of you guys doing weapon mastery. Any reason why you would want to do weapon mastery over, like, let's say frigid finesse, if you had to make a choice? Exploit not better than unstable elixirs? No. Not on a rapid fire barrage build. Not on the build that has multiple hits. No. On things like pin shot, yes. And Heartseeker, yes. Vanilla, what's going on? Weapon master, it is always active. Well, technically speaking, if you go cold clip, then wouldn't frigid finesse actually always be active, with the exception of a boss? It'll be very close. Also, Kyle the Nameless too, as well, because you got better lucky hit now, so well, I guess that no, never mind. That's not gonna change anything. But no, so I guess the cold clip and of course rapid fire with a bunch of whatevers. You're not wrong about consistency about weapon mastery, but your face next only works in stagger, only weapon mastery overall. Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. I guess with that being said, though, can't you make the same? Can't you make a similar case about weapon mastery, almost kind of? Or am I not? Am I thinking about this wrong? Because wouldn't it have to be vulnerable? So like, let's say, well, I guess never mind. I guess you get chance to vulnerable on the combination dagger as well. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's gonna be more consistent than like a freeze from Fidget Finesse though. I'm gonna push percent that you're fighting the boss for now. You only have stagger 10% of the time. That's fair. I guess figure since we're pretty much gone all out on crowd control damage, that the bosses are gonna suck regardless. Because trick attacks is very, very important, but it's also based around crowd control. So, and we're taking a helm that is based around that. So, but I get the point. I get the point. You got it. Yeah. I guess if I didn't do dex percent, then I could do weapon mastery, right, instead. But I'm convinced we can. I'm gonna get a lot of questions about it though. It's like, yo, where's Fidget Finesse? I'm like, well, Cold Imbue makes the enemies, but yeah. So I guess like Cold Imbue won't make them vulnerable on the first until like a couple of hits into it, right? So like initially, like it'd be like maybe what the third or fourth rapid fire hit arrow or whatever before the enemy is vulnerable. But then you also got puncture for that too. If you do cold clip, you will get the vulnerable ahead of time, because you'll have the chance to be able to proc the vulnerable from cold imbuement because it's already imbued before you cast your rapid fire. So you better get your vulnerable earlier than the first shot of rapid fire. On the big target, like AOE vulnerable of that. If I'm making sense. Why is my chest purple? I dyed it. Was kind of tired of the whole wannabe beige pink color, so I just dyed it purple. Looks cool. What you think? But it's an MTX item in the shop though. It costs like $100 per die. So I mean, if you're balling, you can totally make your chest purple just like I did. In all seriousness, Uber Uniques / Mythic Uniques is what they call them now, are now purple. That's what it is. All right, so we'll do the armor there. Skull. We're gonna do Cold Imbue temper here. I actually don't even remember what the other temper that I had here. Oh, I'm an idiot. Critical damage. It's like, I was like, wait, obviously, duh, of course. So I guess, like, of course. I've been looking at other planners today for way too long. I'm glad Creeper Diff isn't actually going to be 50% dot per dot damage per crowd control. And you crit 3 temper. Yep. On the code and view cast, right? Yeah. I was talking with Crafty earlier about that. I haven't did any crit or GH right now. I'm just getting the stats. So I have something to work with. Rob is trying to replicate the multiplicative to crit damage he was getting with heavy-handed ranks on Barb, so people are copying that method with weapon mastery ranks. Well, we're not really getting crit damage multipliers from weapon mastery because we're using the bow now, so we're getting vulnerable. I mean, I guess with the crossbow you can, but like we're not using crossbow this season. Skyhunter is just better. Where do you get the resistance from if armor, gems, and jury? Tyrael's might. Yeah. The thing is that like I think honestly, in my opinion, I think for a Maxroll build, I think recommending Tyrael's might just makes the most sense. I do agree with what Zario was saying on Zario's on the YouTube chat. I do agree with what he was saying that it potentially could be overkill on defense, but I think for someone who's coming to the rogue class who's never played rogue before but heard that Barb got nerfed and they want to play rogue now and it's like, oh cool, I want to play some rogue now because rogue got all these S tier builds and whatnot. I got to make sure that since rogue is harder to play and usually squishier than like let's say a Barb, I want to make sure that they can make the transition and not literally like die every 4 or 5 steps. So I think that's the reason why I'm not even questioning not doing Tyrael's might here for the Maxroll guy. Like on my own setup, I might just stick with the Dark Shroud chest because I might want another DPS multiplier here, like concussive or something. I don't know. I would usually do. But I again to be determined. We don't know how hard the Inferno hordes are gonna hit. We don't know what changes they've done to the pit. You know, last minute changes that of course never gets recorded before in the freaking patch. So I like the Flurry set we're getting in Seasonal Journey. Yeah. Yeah, I used to love this song, man. Crit damage, temper here, forgot. Actually, what do we go? See, Zerai or Crafty, or Matthias or Zarya? Do we go Caltrap's duration or Caltrap's size here? Since duration no longer increases damage past the 45% mark anymore. I assume duration still, so you don't like lose your ramp up time. But even if you do, it's not as big of a deal because getting back to 45% is not that hard. Versus like if you lost it, like when you had to like double duration, you lost it, or a boss happened to walk out the whatchamacallit, you gotta spend all these seconds getting it back, right? Duration makes it easier to manage. Yeah, I kind of like the size. Size is so like I feel like size sometimes is also underrated. Just because like let's say if you do duration, right? And the boss happened to step right outside of that caltrap or whatever. But if he has size, they would have still been in it. So I know you have to think about these situations in a interesting like mark, but I guess if you play better, you won't have it. I want to say you play better. You can't necessarily know where the boss is going to be, but if you plant a cow trap better, or in the area where, or at least kind of have an idea of if when does the boss move the most after a certain attack. So if you know the bosses really well, you can kind of like predict, okay, they're not going to do this, or they're not going to do too much movement because they did this attack or they haven't done that attack yet. So like, I know I'm getting really technical, but like for an advanced player, the duration makes, you're gonna have better placements of your trap. But someone who may not know those things, the size actually might be more beneficial, because then they might just not, you could place a bad one and still have them inside. So it's not so clear cut, but how we're looking for Rogue. I mean, good. I think well, rogues are looking like really good. I mean, if you're just talking about power wise, like power, just like, power, rogue is doing well. I question a little bit about how I really question in terms of, I mean, we'll have several builds, but I think I was kind of hoping Inner Sight would have some play this season, and I just don't really see. Was hoping that crowd, maybe CQC could probably have some have more impact, but I still don't see that. Momentum is looking really good actually with the new buff or whatnot, because you can go momentum plus ranks to Dark Shroud and not have to worry about your crowd control damage being shitty on boss or whatever. So like everything is combo point. So we're back to kind of season 2 theory crafting in a sense. Like, your foundation is, all right, let's start with combo points, and then you build from there. Like that's kind of where we're at again ish. Was hoping that with some of the work they did with some of the inner sight stuff, that we would be able to see more inner sight stuff come out that would be almost as good or close to as good as combo point stuff. But when they buffed the combination dagger, it was kind of like, that's it. That was a nail in the coffin for like inner sight builds, because it's like, well, you just if we ever get to a point where we can legit do 2-1 ratio and be able to sustain it with, let's say, cold imbuement or whatever, like it's impossible for an inner sight variant of any sort of build to close. It's just not gonna. So I'm a little saddened by that, because I like build variety. I like seeing multiple things work. But in terms of like different setups, being like doing well, like in terms of all the core skills are going to be strong outside of maybe pin shot. And pin shot would just depend on whether or not Victimize is good or not. If it's good, pin shot would be great again. Not if it's still broken, then it's still going to suck. Or it's going to, I don't say suck, but it's not going to be like precision pin shot is really not that good. They did hidden patch touching is clip out to 20. Yeah, we talked about that earlier in the stream, Zerai. I think it was right before you got here. We moused over. I moused over it, and I was like, wait a minute, did they change the change? Yeah, we got debated, man. We got Javid. I know. That's why I mean I don't like it. I just Oh, whoops! I masterworked the wrong one. Sorry. Need to masterword this. We do with the cold tippers there, right? I think we need that many. Sure, we do. Or actually, no. Yeah. Yeah. We do. Okay. We do. You don't need the masterword for 3 to 1, just 2 to 1. So you think I should do the crit damage instead? All right. I think mostly everything else is fine. There's really not too many changes that I'm gonna do here. So I'll probably just end up hitting the save thing. My Paragon board is gonna be mostly similar as it was before. Close to being similar. I might remove a glyph because I have 6 glyphs. Most people run 5. I have a 6 glyph just because I wanted more damage reduction on the damage versus slowed enemies type thing for the average player. I think that helps quite a bit. That's a pretty big. That's a lot of DR that you can gain when getting surrounded by a bunch of shit. So. Other than that, said died. You have a chance. You mind critiquing your build? I had later on, yeah, but I'm not gonna have any time this week. I'm not gonna have any time this weekend. Everybody on Maxroll is basically pulling like all nighters all weekend to make sure that we update this weekend. In fact, this stream isn't gonna be that long because I need to actually go and like get started with that. Right now, I'm just putting together what I think is going to be or a baseline end game planner, and then going to go back and make progression versions of what this already is. I'm very happy to have the rapid fire enthusiasts in chat too as well to kind of bounce ideas off of and also check me. I think was it season 4 was the only season I did not play that much rapid fire. I played a lot of rapid fire preseason, season 1, 2, and 3. Season 4 was the only one that I kind of just like I put it off a bit just because I did not like the lob. And when they started making some fixes to it and some buffs to it, whatever, it started to feel better, but I just wasn't. So I was just like, so season 4 was like the only season that I only played. I played rapid fire, but not nearly as much as like Heartseeker and Barrage for season 4. No in depth look at Darkside doing this thing for Maxroll. I can't show you guys the back end stuff. I'm not allowed to. Otherwise, I would just update the builds while I'm streaming. Do you know how much time we will save? I mean, if I could sit there and stream and get follows and subscribers, literally just doing work on Maxroll on the stream, bro, we would just stream for like 18 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're welcome. Naza, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. Yeah, we totally would do that, but we just can't. We that's right. We just can't show the back end. All right, so I'm gonna clone this, and I'm gonna leave it as set 9 so no one looks at it. Everyone will look at everything else for the whatevers, and they see that. And they'll see set 9 and be like, what the hell is that? And they won't look. That is the idea. All right. all I'm gonna do is change for this. For anybody that wants to play a distant version of this, Heartseeker is actually not bad. If 3-to-1 ratios is like the play, then Heartseeker as a basic attack is actually not terribly far behind. Especially if you go fundamental Heartseeker, which for the first time ever we can finally do. Because we always had to go primary to be able to get to do a 3-to-1 ratio for precision. But now that we got the double marksman projectile thing, we can actually get precision stacks easier without primary, and we can actually get another 15% multiplier. So that's actually kind of cool for those who like the more distant type style. And at that point, you wouldn't want to go dagger. You would actually want to go sword. I mean, very, very, very minor change, but I mean, realistically speaking, that's what you would want to do. So we'll just create a sword. Full clip. Oh, whoops, that's tempering, right? Whoops. Wait. Guess it won't let me do it yet. All right, well, then we'll just do crit damage here. Health. And we'll do crit. And we'll do duration just cause. And there's cold clip. Oh, because I put a space that it didn't recognize it. Is that what it was? Wow, I'm so bad at this. I'm bad at words, guys. I'm terrible at words. I have the worst words. What Maxroll wears a thong? You don't want us to know? Is it a Maxroll Blizzard thing? Bro, we have like the Maxroll logo at like at like the the tip of the thong. That's how we do it. We have merch coming too for that. Yo, this is my song. Yappy, goddamn it, they done changed the rules. Dress was. I didn't think you hear that. Oh man. Did I tell you guys that Dressa is the distributor? What up, Dread? So what you're saying is I should start Rogue, and if I still don't like Rogue, I can quit D4 forever and blame you for not liking it and taking away one of the few joys left in my life. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. I have a question about Andy's on Rain of Arrows. Does the attack off the horse lucky hit match the ultimate Rain of Arrows? No, that's a different attack. It's super cool looking, but it doesn't do anything. It literally is just for looks. Like, I'm pretty sure that the moment that you try to attack off your horse, that the enemy is probably more pissed at the fact that you chose to do that, and it's probably more angrier than because you did that, than had you just hop off and just start attacking. In fact, it's actually a damage decrease if you do that, because you have to jump in the air and then you land and there's landing lag. If you just got off the horse and start attacking, you would actually do more damage. So yeah, just saying. Is the planner updated to season 5 yet? I'm working on it now, ish. I'm working on it ish. Right, Dread? Right, Dread? See, I'm working. See, I'm moving the mouse and I'm clicking things. You can let the Maxroll bosses know I'm doing the thing, guy. I'm doing the thing, sir. I'm doing the work, sir. I'm working. See, my mouse is moving. Well, I know you're not my boss, but you're like, what do you call it? Not, I want to say veteran isn't the right word, but you're like one of the, you know, you're that guy who's been at the job forever, who's like knows everybody and is like in good with everybody, and including the higher ups of the higher ups. Tell them they just. No, I'm kidding. All right. So we'll save this as update profile or whatnot. And then my personal version won't have Tyrael's might, but I'm not going to do that for Maxroll. All right, that's pretty much it. Interesting things to note going to the rapid fire build going into season 5 is that we are using combination dagger now. Kyler Nameless is actually best in slot now, which is, I never thought I'd see the day that this actually would happen. Tyrael's might is pretty much best in slot for probably everyone who isn't like a super ultra tryhard. And of course, Skyhunter is back now. Skyhunter is now so we're about to use the Skyhunter. Let's go back to that real quick though. With that being said, the gap between using a puncture versus using Heartseeker as a basic attack has closed a little bit. Puncture is still better. However, you're not being punished too hard if you chose to go Heartseeker over puncture in some scenarios. I'll say that. Also because we're using the Skyhunter, so like Heartseeker does become quite a bit better. Not to be on puncture's level, but it's definitely better than what it was last season. As a basic attack. Just gonna put that out there. Not as a build, as a basic attack. Make sure I don't say the wrong thing there. Let's go to Barrage real quick since we pretty much did rapid fire. Off the mount attack does proc Andes and does amazing for big groups while running that build with high lucky hit. Just wish I knew if Renovails proc Andes as much as off the mount attack. I mean, it'll be just one attack though, right? Like, isn't that attack just one cast? So you just get one hit of it on one hit. I mean, I guess if you hit a bunch of things, I guess you could get quite a few Andes proc. I still don't see it being better than like getting off the horse and then just throwing puncture. Because puncture is just going to be better in general at proccing that. Unless that horse attack has like 100% lucky hit chance or something just ridiculous like that. I don't think anyone's really like truly test that. That's actually quite interesting that you mentioned that. I just would have a hard time seeing it being better than just getting off the horse and throwing puncture. But there might be a you might have a case. Like again, if that mount attack is ridiculously high, lucky hit, then you might have a case to literally run around a horse and just, you know, do that attack or whatever once. You got a super high cooldown on it though, so there is a big cooldown on it. But like, you run around and, you know, hell tide or whatever, and you see a bunch of enemies, jump out the horse and just proc a bunch of Andes. That probably would be really super cool looking. Not gonna lie. But yeah, Lock P Dog, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. Victimize is still gonna be broken, isn't it? I'm hoping it's not, but it probably will. I don't have any faith right now, honestly, in the team that does bug fixes. I really don't like to be negative, but I'm honest. I don't have any faith in the team, in the bug fix team, or the team that fixes those things. So I'm just assuming it's not going to work. If it works, Heartseeker is back in business. If not, Heartseeker is in a pretty mediocre spot. It's not like completely dead, but you're not gonna run it versus the other 3 S tier builds, most likely. So, nor are you gonna run it over, like, let's say a Flurry or a Twisting Blaze build, which might be like maybe mid A, low A tier. Flurry might be like high B tier. Twisting Blazes probably might be low A tier. We'll kind of see. We haven't had a meeting tomorrow. We'll have a meeting tomorrow. We'll talk more about tier lists and stuff like that. But yeah. If Puncture did not cut into the evade animation, then Puncture Heartseeker would be like a 3 to 6 frame difference. Yeah. Fair. I think the only thing to really think about too, Crafty, is it gets the pins too. I know it's like getting super technical, but like depending on what you're doing, there are case scenarios where like being able to start your combo point stuff like earlier is a blessing, because you don't have to get as close. So you can kind of start building combo points off screen to enemies you haven't gotten to yet. So your first cast could technically be like a slightly faster than, let's say, someone who puncture, because you have to dash to get close enough, which is, you know, obviously, or dash or shadow step, whichever route you went. You got frames for those skills per se. You have to take into account as well before you can get into range to do puncture combo point stacking. So your initial first cast can be in the favor of Heartseeker in some farming aspects, because that you just want one shot usually anyway. So there are scenarios where like that would feel better on like doing that with Heartseeker, because you can pretty much gain your combo points literally anywhere on the map, like legit anywhere on the map. But obviously over time, Heartseeker loses that advantage easily. Or that advantage, you know, dies off. Obviously, the longer the fight is, which is, well, past the first rotation, right? But yeah. Okay, 12. So Barrage is gonna look very similar to Rapid Fire, by the way. Except we're gonna actually keep the sword, just because for Barrage you actually want, like, Barrage's single target is pretty awful, so you kind of need that sword. Like even if it's not bugged at all whatsoever, you still need that sword. All right, Matthias, you have a good one. Am I gonna play hardcore or softcore? Softcore still. my connection is still, it's better than it was before when I moved into my townhome. Because I have fiber now versus what it was. But it's still Comporium, which sucks. So I don't really trust my connection still to be bothering with hardcore still. I want to. I really do want to. I'm just, I don't know. Especially now that I'm like dual streaming too. That's also another thing. I'm a little scared about my connection. Combination just is back. You love to see it. I am not that happy about that, to be honest. But that's another story. I think there are just certain things and certain items that pigeonholes like the class into very specific things, and I do feel a certain way about that. Like when you all of a sudden now, basically only have one specialization again, because of, well, at some points it's just still just better, but like when you buff an item that it kind of puts the nail in the coffin for any other specializations, like that's just not cool, in my opinion. In my opinion, that's not cool. Maybe not everybody, not, maybe other people may not feel that way, but I do. I've always been an advocate of, whether or not I play other specializations or not, I've always been an advocate about, or I always advocated for other ways to do stuff. I would have loved to see more inner-site stuff come from this patch, but that's not going to happen. So for Barrage, funny enough, is going to have a harder time with well, actually no, not really. Actually, I think with Barrage you probably could keep Starless. Well, no, not really. Well, because you don't have that, like Barrage's animation feels way better and it's way shorter than having to evade out of rapid fire, because then you have the evade frames, right? So Barrage, you're gonna burn through your cold imbuement faster than with rapid fire naturally, but you also don't have a unique ring you have to worry about, so you can probably still do Starless Skies and still be able to get yeah, I think you can keep the Starless, yeah. And if you need more cold imbue cast, then we can just crit on it. We can crit on the cold imbue. So I think that's the way to go, because there's no reason to not have this big old unique here. If you can help it there. All right, so let's clone. What is the S tier rogue builds? It just depends. I was gonna say depends. Sorry. Rapid Fire, Barrage, Andes are pretty much a sure thing. Well, I'm gonna say pretty much. It is a sure thing. It depends on if Victimize is fixed or not. If it's fixed, then Heartseeker and Pen Shot will be in there too. So we'll have 5. If Victimize isn't fixed, then we'll have 3. Flurry won't be S tier now. People forget how bad Flurry was. All the buffs that happen to Flurry are great. Don't get me wrong, but you remember you're bringing Flurry out of like F- tier. F-, like, you see what I'm saying? All the buffs just makes Flurry playable, as in like it's good, but it's not gonna beat your top builds. Can I check your build for TB? Not at the moment, no. Normally I would. Normally I do it, but I got a lot of work to do for Maxroll this weekend. So I really need to work on my planners so I can get the stuff out for you guys. Vanilla, appreciate the follow. I can't wait to play with Fist of Fate and Creeping Death aspect. I know I've been jumping up hype around that combo. Counting your clicks, buddy. Screw Shaco, who needs it? Yeah, well, I mean, Kyle is just too good right now not to use. Flurry from piece of shit to pile of crap. No, it's not. It's not bad. Like Flurry's not bad. So the thing about it is that you gotta think about it relative to the other rogue builds. Like the other rogue builds are really good. So like if Flurry, like let's say for instance, ends up at like high B tier, low A tier, that doesn't make it bad. It just makes it not as good as the S tier builds. See what I'm saying? Also, Flurry is probably still will probably still end up being the fastest speed farmer because of obviously the teleport. So like in terms of like, you know, speed farming, Helltide, Nightmare Dungeon, leveling, you know, those kind of things, Flurry would be untouched basically. In terms of like, I'm gonna say untouched, but like definitely ahead of the other builds in terms of speed farming, right? You see what I'm saying? So like, Exceptional Fart Particle? What a name. Bro, what a name. By the way, appreciate the follow, but what a name, man. I know probably you probably cannot comment if you saw due to NDA, but did you get a sneak peek of the new Paragon boards and glyphs when I went to Blizzard to see the expansion? The build that they allowed us to play with the Spiritborn was very, 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 very specific. So we couldn't see anything. We couldn't even see options. Like we couldn't even go into the options menu. Like that's how tight they want to keep all the other stuff away. All they wanted us to be able to do was test the Spiritborn at level 30, and that's it. In the new area, we couldn't see anything else. They were very tight-lipped about everything else. So no, so yeah, we don't have any information on that at all. Like zero. And that's not me, you know, that's not a PR answer. Like that's legit. No one knows. Like not a single person knows that went. Do you see any rogue ultimates being used in the S tier build? No. Well, no. No. Rogue ultimates suck. They've made, I'll put it this way. You can do let me rephrase that. You can do, well, you can do like a Rain of Arrows build. Technically, you can. Obviously, it's not going to perform as good as, well, other things, but you can do it. And you can make it work for, you know, like regular content. Like you can make it work for Nightmare Dungeons. You can make it work for Helltide. Like and like kind of have some fun with it. You have to really invest into it to really make it work right now, but you can make it work. You're going to start getting you're going to feel a little, you know, some kind of way when you're farming bosses though. Like when you're doing bosses to try to get the uniques necessary to make Rain of Arrows work, you're going to be like, why am I doing this? Kind of ordeal. But like once you have it all together and you do all the boss farming and whatnot, and you just want to do Helltide or Nightmare Dungeons or maybe low level pit or low level Inferno Hordes, then yeah, you can do it and have fun with that. If you put Tricky Track affix on gear, is trolling because it's disabled. Well, yeah, I know. This is me updating the Barrage one. So I had it on the Barrage PTR thing. Obviously, I'm gonna remove that, and then but I just got to do in Barrage. Let's see. He said yes. Would you figure? Yeah. I mean, I might do something like that though. Like, I think I might, like for fun, like maybe like towards the end of the season, I might do something like that, like a Rain of Arrows, for just for fun. Is the new blade not good anymore? Which new blade? For the totem? Oh no. Well, we're using it for Barrage. If it's still bugged, it'll be best in slot for every build. If it's not bugged and the new values is what it is, then you pretty much will only use it for Barrage. For Rogue. Because you kind of have to, because Barrage really needs as much single target help as possible. So on Barrage, you probably still would use it. On the others, well, not so much, but yeah, so we need to get rid of, we'll keep Weapon Mastery and do Unstable. Whoops. What would you put Barrage at? You mean like tier wise, or? What did I have here? I think it was Expectant, right? Expectant here. Had I was trying to see if I can get Cold Clip here, but probably not. I wonder if I even need this. High Velocity. It's like right under Rapid Fire. Yeah, that's what I would have it. Honestly. See, like, so Barrage was already below Rapid Fire to begin with. And when you look at all of the different stuff we have, everything that works on Rapid Fire also works on Barrage, with the exception of Scoundrel's Kiss got buffed. Whereas none of the Barrage stuff technically did, and Wind Force is not good enough in a setup that you will want for like a precision setup. So, like, the only saving grace for Barrage is really the totem. It's an S. Well, I mean, that's in season 4. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah. But so yeah, yeah. Combo point precision bow bills in general are just gonna be nuts. Pin shot might actually be okay with precision, even though I still think it's pretty awful with precision, but at least you can kind of do it, I guess. Let's see, Expectant this here. Yeah, so I guess that's all I can do really is Expectant here. Or Retribution. If Retribution is still bug, I'm gonna have to put that somewhere. So do I give up Expectant then, and then put Branching Volleys here? But technically speaking, I kind of do want the Branching Volleys arrows, the ricochets, to actually ricochet into the totem. So I do want the ricochets to be stronger for a single target. At least that's the thought process. Could be wrong later on, but I would assume if I had to think about how I'm gonna kill the Rift Guardian, or sorry, a pit boss, that the Branching Volleys and the Amulet might make more sense. I need to change trick attacks there. Attack speed there. Might need to GA that attack speed. I'm not sure. I gotta go back and do the math. Remove trick attacks for something. I think days are stun. Let's go stun. Actually, I don't have retribution, so do I even care for a stun? I got a stun right there too as well. So that okay, so a dazed then. Yes. Because we won't have concussive anymore, so daze. We go. Let me go Umbrus here. Beyond playing, what's going on? It's been a minute since I've seen you. How you been? 25 GT was up. We say, in my opinion, that totem would not be used in real Diablo world situations. It's not really used like for speed farming. You don't need it. It's mainly for like solo. Like no, it's mainly for like bosses. The totem is extremely good on bosses. Like that's like bosses, like pit bosses and stuff like that. It is extreme or was extremely good. For farming, you don't need it. You don't care for, but it's there, but you don't need it. But for pit bosses, like it's at least in PTR with the bugs, man, it was by far best in slot. Even without the bugs, because it is just plain damage on the barrage, where barrage needs single target, it's still something you would need. Why do I have +8 to innervation for? Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't know. I gotta take a look at that again. What's the best rogue build overall for season 5 in your opinion? Don't know yet. I would assume rapid fire. But if Victimize is fixed from PTR, then I might actually say Heartseeker. Andy's might actually be in the running for that too. TBD. There's a lot of good rogue builds. So I don't want to say it's going to be this or whatever. Because I legit don't know. But I will say that, all those builds are going to be pretty much S tier. No question. How's the road looking for season 5? Stronger, strongest. Stronger. I'll say stronger. Strongest, have no idea. Who knows? Will Rogue be stronger than Barb? Yes. Unless some new bug is found on some sort on a different class or whatever, or on Barb, and Barb can abuse it, then we're looking at a Barb season again. But that just depends. Oh god, am I gonna have to do a GA armor again? I don't like recommending GA armor. Like I really, really, really don't like recommending GA armor. Because like most players will not be able to get a GA armor to cap armor early. Like GA armor plus 1 masterwork is like the meta. So therefore you're dumb with your armor. Well, I guess never mind. I guess you can. Never mind. I forgot. I can do skulls in there. I'm an idiot. All right. So I guess we don't need a GA armor then. That's good. I guess I hate recommending like to do that because I would just get so many DMs being like, I can't cap armor, and I'm like, do you have a GA armor? And it's like, no. And it's like, oh, and like, I just can't. But now I guess we can. Like, you know, we're good. I don't have to recommend that. We're good. Also, why do I have auras this year? Go do dodge. We'll just GA the maximum life. Oops. Let's go. Knowing me, I'd probably go Dex here. Like a total glass cannon. Same thing here. Okay, I mean that's pretty much it. We just take Barrage legendaries and Expectant. Although I'm very tempted to do Retribution here instead, just because it might still be bugged, and if it is, then why double dodge chance? I mean, I guess you could do, you know, life per Dark Shroud, or that particular, or the life Dark Shroud thing. You can do that. I really don't think the difference is really that much, to be honest with you. I think the dodge, I do prefer the dodge here, but you can do it. I already see it already, Doc said there's going to be a lit of rogues running around this season. A lot of rogues running around this season. Yeah, I mean, there was this past season, but it took people a while to, you know, to come to the senses that rogue is actually stronger than people thought. Mainly because of bugs, and rapid fire wasn't as bad as people thought it was going to be as well. So, but I guess we're gonna be starting the season good, put it that way. Oh yeah, that's a question. Since you probably cap all res, where are the gems you're putting in rings and amulet? Definitely skulls now. Like I said, I hated recommending, because I got the thing is I got people that got on my case for not doing it, for not recommending GA armor on Maxroll, the Maxroll guide. And I'm just like, how many people are gonna have a GA armor chance? Like, if you play a hell of a lot, yes. If you trade, yes. I'm gonna be honest with you. From a drop perspective, I played quite a bit this season. I've never found a GA armor pants that I could wear. Like, that was like the other stats that I needed, that I can, you know, that I master worked and it worked out. Like, I never found a GA armor pants, and I played quite a bit. So I had to really think about it from a casual perspective that might be reading a guide and being like, oh, I'm never gonna be able to cap armor. And it's like, well, I'm sorry, but that's the best way to do it. So find a way to, you know, get some gold and trade or whatever, figure it out. You know, and like I just can't in all good conscience. I could not in all good conscience recommend that. So I always did like a % armor on like the amulet or like a chest or something like that instead of a dodge chance or whatnot. And I got quite a few DMs for doing that. And it's like, bro, you know, you can cap armor with GA, you know, on pants and one Maxroll, right? I'm like, yeah, I know. And he's like, well, why is it on the Maxroll guy? Because 99% of players won't have that. That's why. that is why. that is why. Just like a triple passive amulet, you're just not. How many people are gonna have that? At that point, putting GA will help them to route the next upgrade guys and what to go for. But the problem is that, like, the problem with that though, beyond plan, is that when it comes to that, you have to cap. Like, There are things you have to have. I don't want to sit there and have people be underneath the armor cap for hours and days and weeks and possibly a month, 2 months, because they simply don't have GA armor. You see what I'm saying? Like, capping all-res and capping armor are two things that has to be easily accomplished in our guides, because you need to have them. Now, it's different about, maybe not having like a GA, GA ranks Barrage or something. Okay, that's fine. That's just more damage, right? That's just an upgrade, more damage. Your quality of life doesn't change. But not having your armor capped is a quality of life that is going to suck for that individual until they cap it. Or all-res, same thing. It's going to suck for that individual unless they're capped it. So I think for most stats, you're right? Having a GA on some stats is something for you to go for. But I don't want people running around not being capped on armor for a month until they finally get a GA. Then nah. See what I'm saying? That's the thing. Is the next still gonna be exploit malice now? Keep in mind the Heartseeker passives are not the same passives you want for rapid fire and barrage and stuff. In fact, you want different passives in general. Exploit and malice are not worth it on either one. Well, I mean, malice and malice and weapon mastery are actually the same now, right? For bow, because they increased this to 4% instead of 3% per level. So isn't that the same thing as having it on the bow? So I mean, I guess you could do malice, but I mean. Making the planner with casuals in mind isn't a full build planner, in your opinion. Make a planner for best case scenario, and what happens. Well, that's the thing. If we do that, then that means we'll have triple GA on every slot, and it just becomes an unobtainable goal. Best case scenario would be triple GA every item, and then 4 GA Skyhunter, 4 GA Cowl and Nameless, 4 GA Tyrael's Might. Like, that's best case scenario, right? Like, that's not realistic. So it's not necessarily about the casuals per se, but it's more so about what's realistic that can be achieved, that can be achieved without people having to go to third party sites to get the item. There's one thing I think Dreadsight said that made a lot of sense. If we put together a main guide, like we might, what we can do is we can have like an ultra giga variation on every guide, like where it's just like, if you have a quadrillion gold or whatever stash between, like, just like, I don't know, like you somehow remove the cap or whatever, you got like a quadrillion gold. Here is the ultra super giga variant at the very end or something. We can do that, but we can't make it the main setup, if that makes sense, because then we would alienate 99.9999989% of the player base, including ourselves, because we would never have it ourselves. Do what Satan does and call the RMT push build. I mean, yeah, but I think in general though, I think the idea is make a guide that with gear and stuff that can be achievable by playing the game. That's the thing. Like, trading, here and there, but like if we make a guide where you have to spend more time trading than playing the game, then we failed. That's I think how we look at it. That's kind of how we look at it. So I know that's may not be the philosophy for, you know, other places or anything like that, but our clientele, our, you know, the amount of people that visit Maxroll are way more considerably on the, you know, dad gamer side than the, you know, min maxer side. But I do think what we can do though, I do think that we probably should maybe consider doing Giga variants or whatever on the side, where we just go like, you know, hey, you know, you got $1,000. Well, here's your setup. Here's the setup you're gonna want to buy with your 1K or whatever that you got. We can do that. Technically, right? We can do that on the side. I think that might be something we probably should discuss in the future, so people don't think that we're not putting out like the most efficient, you know, versions available per se, but we also want to make sure that we're not alienating the majority of the player base either. So it's a tough balance. I'll put it that way. But it is fair criticism. Like in general, it's fair criticism overall. Oops, I don't know why I keep doing that. Let's do a smoke grenade cooldown reduction here. Since we'll have to do totem for a barrage. We'll kind of figure out the rest of this later, since you know we ain't got no updated items here. Miss B isn't a thing. Let's see, we got weapon mastery is dead. Auto attack, what's going on? Yeah, it's easy to make instant slot builds on paper. It's hard to get the gear in reality though. It's actually hard to get some builds to work without having multiple GAs on certain items. Like there are certain breakpoints that might be pretty difficult to achieve if you don't have multiple GAs or whatever on certain items. So that's also a thing. Do you know when the Maxroll will have the new items updated? No idea. We're waiting. We're asking every couple of hours. Attack speed and armor require GA in the best in class setup. Well, no longer armor. No longer armor. If you're wearing Tyrael's might, no longer armor. I'll put it that way. But yeah, attack speed, yes. And lucky hit on some builds, yes, too. Which I also said, yes, and to get 3GA, 4GA,
yo,
you have to spend more time trading play. Yep,
we just got raided, son.
We're trying to prevent that.
You know how we do.
Panda, what's going on?
Beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. I got Panda Glass here and Itoka. What's going
Panda
on?
Glass
What's happening?
curated my stream with 54 views.
What is happening, y'all? What's happening? We're just kind of glazing over the planner and making some I guess foundational planners for me to mess around with later, so I can actually get into updating Maxroll guys for the entire weekend, basically. So that is what I'm doing. They will get janky patch notes too. Yeah. Yeah. We also have quite a few bugs that we don't know if they're fixed or not, which still makes our job incredibly difficult because we don't know. Like for instance, there's still no mention on Victimize bug fix from the PTR. If it's not fixed, then Heartseeker's pretty much not a thing anymore. Pen shot Victimize is not a thing anymore. Anything Victimize is not a thing anymore. If it is fixed, then Heartseeker and pen shot are S tier builds. So it's like, it's just like, okay, sure. Cold Clip doesn't work with Eldritch Bounty. We don't know if that's gonna get fixed or not. We don't know. The totem, Umbercrux, the totem itself, the nerf or not doesn't really matter. If one of the bugs, the multi-hit bug, if that's still there, then that becomes best in slot for Barrage and Rapid Fire and give us a 2x multiplier easily, which is broken as hell, but we don't know if it's fixed because they didn't put it in the patch notes. Retribution, still don't know if that still double dips or not, because we don't know because they didn't put it in the patch notes. It's just like I will say Rogue has a lot of builds that are good, that are gonna be good regardless. But I know people are gonna be like, yo, rogues are good, why are you complaining? But I think I just don't like the idea of kind of being pigeonholed into a combo point precision thing again, like we were 2 seasons ago, where it's kind of like, oh, well, how do you build a build on Rogue? Okay, let's start with combo points and let's start with precision, and then we go from there. Basically, that's it. That's Rogue in a nutshell for a lot of builds, and it sucks that Inner Sight and Preparation are getting left behind again, despite all the changes. And a lot of it has to do, a little bit has to do with the Combination Dagger. Before, Inner Sight was already still being left behind a little bit, but the Combination Dagger sealed the deal, where it's kind of like, oh, well, the changes to the Combination Dagger, it's like, okay, well, never mind. If you thought about doing Inner Sight build, can, but, this just sealed, this just kind of, sealed it for, because you can legit do a 2-to-1 ratio on precision builds if you want to do physical. You probably can't do elemental, but if you do physical, you can do 2-to-1 ratio, which is nuts. You can do the 1-to-1 ratio for like Twisting Blaze and Flurry, non-precision builds, if you are daring enough to try that. So I don't know. It's just, I'm always one to try to advocate for different ways to play some builds. So I'm a little saddened by that, but I can't complain in the sense of rogues not having powerful builds, because rogues will. But I'm a little, I care more about mechanics and options than I do crit numbers or yellow numbers, basically. So like, yellow numbers are nice, sure, but how does it feel? How does the build feel to play, and how many ways can you play certain things? That's what I'm more concerned about in general. As a player, now as someone who's writing a guide, obviously is a whole different philosophy. It's like, but as a player, it's like, man, I wish we could do this, or I wish that could happen, and all this other cool stuff that we got in patch notes that are completely irrelevant because it has nothing to do with combo points. So it's just like, I don't know, just yeah, but it is what it is, though. It is what it is. Maybe the expansion will shake some things up. But yeah, just some Druid stuff is missing there. Everyone's gonna be fighting over Ava. Oh, absolutely. I've already started. I actually relocated my entire streaming setup, and I'm actually in his backyard. He doesn't know it. Want me to prove it? There it is. See, that's his backyard right there. I'm camped out in his backyard. Y'all just don't know. So I'm the first one to get to him. Crafty said, I think I'm going to work Wretch out of the build. I mean, I don't really want to use it, but I'm just, realistically speaking, I don't trust the QA team to do anything about, well, bugs. So I hate to say it that way, but man, I don't trust it. We had some stuff changed in the patch notes and aspects got nerfed when they added uniques. Bro, it's okay. Check this out. So this is what happened to us, right? So cold clip here was initially 5 to 20% initially, right? Then when they added this red text, right? They added the red text, right? All this stuff here earlier today. This went from 5 to 20 to 20 to 35%. So we're like, oh, cold clip got buff. Okay, cool. You know, when they added this today. Then when they fixed the fact that they had true sight twice here and here for whatever strange reason, they reverted cold clip back to 5 to 20 in the same day. In the same day. So this got buffed to 20 to 35% and then nerfed back to 20% in the same day. So apparently there was a change or something like that got, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was probably an earlier version of cold clip or something, and then they're just like, oh, whoops, we didn't mean to put that there, and then put this back. So Creeper Def got a huge nerf after the buff too. Oh, did it? Oof. Wait, hot tub stream hasn't Rax promised a hot tub stream? Maybe the next Maxroll event. Maybe. I mean, would you really want a hot tub stream with Rax though? I mean, he's gonna still have his blue hoodie. You're not gonna see anything. It's just gonna be Rax in a hoodie in a hot tub. I don't know if that's the you know what you really want. He's not gonna show any skin, so like I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. So I mean, if you were looking forward to you know, a hoodieless hot tub experience, you're not gonna get that. Okay, I'm mostly done with what I'm doing for Barrage here. Barrage and Rapid Fire are very similar anyways. We just throw in the sword, change a couple of aspects here and there. And then we just roll basically. I'll go through this a bit later. I'll probably remove that because I don't need the movement speed from down here anymore, so I can reallocate points from there. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for Barrage. We can actually do Starless, which is great. Something we couldn't do on Rapid Fire. That'll actually make it a little closer to Rapid Fire, even though Rapid Fire is still going to be better. But this helps because Rapid Fire, you kind of can't really do Starless. And keep your cold charges because you have 2 uniques in the ring slot, and that hurts a lot in terms of your charges. Very big deal, by the way. People may not think it's a big deal, but it's a very big deal. A Paragon board is practically going to be the same from what it was on PTR. So we'll just hit the update profile button there. And then boom. Heartseeker. Now this one. Oh man, now this one. That's right. I had both of these for the double totem, so no longer will that be the case. I don't even know. I honestly don't even know where to start for Heartseeker. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know if I'm gonna bother with it right now. It got nerfed too. Oh, that's a pretty big hit. The delete button is a good start for it. Okay. What are my thoughts on Flurry? So a lot of the changes on Flurry are good, but people just have to remember how bad Flurry was. Hey, Mr. Mark, what's going on YouTube? What's happening, man? People forget how bad Flurry was. Like, Flurry was like F- tier. And I think we, with the mid-season buff, Flurry went from F- to F+ in season 4. You know, and so with all the buffs going into season 5, it really, really did help Flurry quite a bit. But people have to remember how bad Flurry was. So, like, I'm assuming, like, if I had to make an assumption, I would probably say Flurry ends up somewhere in like bottom of A tier, maybe high B tier, bottom A tier, which is not bad. Like, that's actually phenomenal for where Flurry used to be. But I wouldn't expect it to perform better than like any of the bow precision builds at the moment, or Andy's, or if Victimize still worked properly, or if it works, period, in season 5, then it'll be behind that too. But there's just so many good rogue builds that even it's just gonna overshadow the buff the Flurry. But now I will say for speed farming, I think Flurry's like the best. Like for speed farming, Flurry can't. I guess I don't see in terms of fun factor. I want to include that in terms of fun factor, and in terms of just pure speed, I don't see anything beating Flurry for speed farming. We're talking about like Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, low, you know, the optimal level pit, master working, map farming, or whatever. Flurry would just be ridiculous. So I guess depends on what you want out of your D4 in-game experience, I guess. I don't know how well it's going to perform against bosses. I wasn't really impressed with that still on the PTR because it didn't really help the boss situation, the single target situation, unless you go poison. And if you go poison, then you might as well go Twisting Blaze. If you go Twisting Blaze poison, you might as well just go Andes. So, or Barrage, but Poison Barrage. If you're gonna go Poison Barrage Andes, you might as well go Puncture Andes because that's even better. So it's kind of like why go the worst version of a poison build? When you can just do a better one and then a better one and then a better one and then a better one. You know what I'm saying? So you can do Poison Flurry, but it's just like I don't know. Like I said, this isn't to say anything bad about Flurry. It's just I guess we'll see. We'll see. But it just goes from being like dog shit to being, oh, it's pretty good. It's decent. It's decently good. I was more interested in finding a melee rogue build as well. Oh, I mean, it's viable. Oh yeah, well, Flurry is viable. Flurry is viable. Twisting Blaze is viable. I think it's just knowing what your expectations are. Like if you're expecting Flurry to hang with Rapid Fire Barrage, it's not going to do that. But will it do all the in-game content? Yes. Like you're like if you pick and you play Flurry, you're not going to be stuck. Like in terms of not being able to do any content at all. Now, you might find yourself struggling on like Inferno Hordes 9 or 10, you know, like mid-season or whatever, simply just because the single target bosses or whatever might take forever to kill. But there is no timer, so I guess you still can do it, right? So you can go for it still. So like, I mean, like those kind of things Flurry will probably still struggle with, but mostly everything else you'd be mostly fine as long as you're not trying to do like a, you know, hit tier 140 or something. um, do I think Rapid Fire is SSS tier? Definitely S tier. I don't know how many more S's I would add to that, but Atar, what's going on? What's your way to early class ranking for this season? No bias involved from best to worst. I didn't honestly. I didn't look at much of the other class changes to really be able to give you an estimate. To be honest, for the other classes, I don't know. This is the first season I didn't do that. The first season patch. There was just so much to digest that I just literally skipped the other classes. I didn't even look at what they're doing. I mean, if I had to make like a shooting off the top of my head, I don't know, Sork, Rogue, Necro, Druid, Barb. No, sorry, Sork, Rogue, Necro, Barb, Druid. That's just shooting off the top of my head. I could be wrong. I'm used to. I've actually done pretty decent with my class rankings, but I actually knew what the changes were in other classes. This time I don't know, but if I had to make a, that's probably what I would, just shooting off the top of my head. That's what I would rank them. Any ideas when the tier list will be updated for season 5? We have a meeting about it tomorrow, so we'll be fighting and throwing chairs and you know, making your mama jokes and all that stuff tomorrow. And then after about 3 or 4 hours, we'll have a tier list and then we'll be done. You heard someone's getting married during a meeting? Yeah, exactly. No, I think Barb's is in this shit. Well, that's why I put him 4th. But keep in mind, Barbs tend to find some way to not suck at some point. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, granted, things do look pretty grim for Barb relative to where they used to be. Relative. Keyword is relative to where they used to be. It looks pretty grim. Like they look more balanced, which is crazy to say for a Barb. But I just have a feeling that Barbs are gonna find some way to somehow like etch their way to like, you know, top 2 class or whatever again in some way, shape, or form. It's gonna happen. I'm calling it. It's gonna happen. Barbs find a way. Between Rob and like, you know, a couple of others and like some Chinese Barbs and Korean Barbs and some different galaxy Barbs outside the Milky Way or whatever, they all get together and they find something, man. You know, there'll be some Barb from like a different dimension that finds some sort of like interesting interaction that no one saw possible, and then Barbs are back. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You called it. You heard it here first. You heard it here. Honestly, I don't really. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have motivation to do anything on Heartseeker right now. I really don't have any motivation. Hmm. that I have. I guess most of this can kind of already stay the same. I guess I could do. You could do the Tyrael's Might though. I don't have trick attacks in there anymore. Can't do that anymore. Tekken 8 win. That's not that hot a take. It's just history repeating. I guess that's fair, the booty. You're right. That's true. But I don't know, man. With the way that you've seen players talking about Barb or Barb players talking about Barb in general, you would legit think the universe is coming to an end tomorrow. Like seriously, like everything is ending tomorrow. All life, all things as we know are ending tomorrow. According to like the bar players, but yeah. I think they've been brought down to earth a bit, but they're still okay. Well, I mean, I think so too, but keep in mind, that's not is it really fair for a barb to be balanced with other classes? Like, is that really fair to barbs? Like, when you're on top for so long, and like you have to be balanced with other classes, like, is that fair? Is that fair to barb players? If you I mean, I mean, I know you can hear the sarcasm in my voice, but it's just like it's just kind of funny. Like, it's like, oh, barbs are balanced. They're bad now, but they're balanced-ish. Balanced-ish. Right? I say ish. Balanced-ish. But that's going to make barbs feel bad. Because, well, But to be honest with you, though, like, I think, as I said before, like, right, like I said before, like, barbs being as strong as they were never bothered me. Like, I never cared. In fact, I was happy for barb players to be doing what they're doing because it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me at all. Like, it has zero effect on me as a rogue player. If barbs were, if they would have buffed barbs like 3x, instead of nerfing them, it still would not affect anything I do on rogue. I'd still be doing the same thing you see me do right now. Right? It's like, yo, I'm still gonna be doing the same thing I'm doing on rogue in Rogueland, right? Because there's just no competition or competitive anything that matters, I guess, between the classes. So like, I don't really care per se, but it'd be neat to kind of see where barbs end up, I guess, now. Kind of how the alpha people feel bad that Deadpool did amazing as a movie over the Marvel shows. I haven't seen Deadpool yet, actually. I haven't seen Deadpool yet. I need to though. I need to. I heard it's really good. It's really a single player. No spoilers. Yes, I agree. No spoilers. Don't tell me nothing. Like, don't tell anyone nothing. Like, don't even mention that Ryan Reynolds is actually in the movie, because that would be a spoiler, because not everybody's aware. You don't want to spoil that. When the expansion landed, you'll start with Spiritborn right away. I don't know yet. Probably, but we'll see. Spiritborn it just feels so good as a class. Like, it feels phenomenal. Let's clone this. Can we make? What can we do? I guess let's do that. Let's do this. This is gonna be real hard. It's gonna be tough. We're gonna have to stretch for this one. How do we make a possibly somewhat viable, maybe along the level of Flurry level or something like that, Heartseeker build that isn't Victimize based? How do we manage that? Might have to. I don't know. I might have to get up and like stretch for this one. Like actually stretch for this one. Give me a minute. Oh, that might actually hurt the hernia area. Uh, J Mac, what's up? It wouldn't be so bad if instead of nerfing Barb, they just boost the rest. I guess honestly, before the expansion, I guess it wouldn't matter. I guess they could have went that route. They could have just completely broke every class and everything in the game, because when the expansion hits, it's going to be all different anyway. I'm always in pajama pants. You think I actually wear like jeans on stream? Or were you expecting me to wear like boxers on stream? Like what is that what you're hoping? Or who was it earlier that said that just I could have probably been wearing some speedos. I don't know. Is that the preference for the chat? I mean, y'all let me know if I can get more follows and subs. You know, we'll figure out something. I was hoping to see a cat. Oh man, would it be possible to just do the new campaign content? I assume so. So what's the whale tail? Nah, I do think that, like, I guess at this point though, like, who was it that made that comment? Train Infant, yeah. So I mean, I think at this point though, for season 5, I guess it wouldn't the insane power creep and all that stuff and everything being like, you know, dealing trillions of damage. Like, generally speaking, that's not what you want for a game only a year into, in terms of like those kind of numbers. But because the expansion is coming, and I'm pretty sure a lot of numbers are going to be retuned, different, possibly squashed, and all that stuff, then it doesn't really matter what happens in season 5, right? You know, who cares if in season 5 people are critting for quadrillions when it's not going to be that way in 2 months, right? Now, if it wasn't for the expansion coming in 2 months, I'd have a different opinion about that. But because shit's going to change anyway in 2 months anyway, you know, they could have went the route of just breaking everything else and being like, here you go, you know. And it would have been just fine because it's only for 2 months. So that's it. Just blow it apart at the end of the era. Yeah. So like I said, in most cases, I'd be against it, but for season 5, yeah, they totally could have went that route, and it would have been just fine. Like, no one would have batted an eye about it. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, you know, go out with a ridiculously OP bang, right? And then season 5, and then of course bring everything back to reality and expansion, as you would expect, because it's an expansion. So, you know, obviously things are going to change. So that's, if you want to retune everything down and make everything super balanced, then, you know, you can totally do it then, right? In a sense. Yeah. Where's the female viewership of this channel? Maybe Doc said needs to work on that demographic. I mean, like, usually there's a I'd probably say Selkins is probably my most visited female. Here, Fetty Hun also comes every now and then. Raven Honey comes I don't say quite a bit, but she used to come a little bit. Ravnica. Itoka is also a female. I don't know. That's actually a good question. I'd assume being married doesn't help that demographic though, because usually if a female, like let's say if a female is coming to streaming, like might find a streamer attractive in a not like a that kind of way, but kind of like, oh, he's kind of cute kind of thing. You might stick around for a bit. That's actually how it was for Cube, Gnarly Cube, who used to come here all the time. That's legit exactly how that happened. And then she became a mod, and she just basically trolled me the entire time, and was mostly mean to me, but and in a fun way, right? So, what is your helmet? It's the crown, but probably not gonna do that. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for Heartseeker, and I think actually the crown will still be pretty decent on Heartseeker, but Cal might still be better. Bears, what's up? I appreciate that. I think must be a rogue thing for male demographic. I don't know many female rogue players. All the ones I know play Barb, Sork, and Necro. I guess it's a good point. Oh, Styx. Yeah, Styx. Styx is also female too. We're talking about my female demographic. Yeah. Also, Styx is also a streamer, by the way. Let's give a shout out real quick. Wow, my shout out has been really bad in the recent. Come on. There we go. Favorite show, Futurama. Yo, Futurama's goated. I love that show. Oh, Canadian. There you go. Yeah, Canadian's female. All right, I actually got quite a few females in the chat today. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea like what a female demographic in the Diablo based or action RPG, I guess, environment, and like what or at least as a viewer and a gamer is probably two different things. Kiviana, what's going on? Oh, Kiviana. Okay, cool. You said female here too. Great news, everybody. What's up? Actually, Canadian, do you stream? You stream, right? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because you made a clip about your build. So I'm like, I just thought about it. I don't know why I just put the two and two together. Took me almost a couple of hours to figure that out. Need to. I don't know why my first shout outs are not working correctly. My bot's been there you go. There we go. Speaking of which, I need to go shoot a follow your way as well. Let me do that. She's got a really cool tugboat build. Yeah, she played in PTR that a lot of us I think a lot of us have like seen the clip at least once. Shout out pizza and taco. It's a so the real question is, would a Kyle the Nameless be more damaged than a crown on a non? Well, I guess. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be doing precision, so the trick attacks wouldn't double it. But even if it didn't, wouldn't it still be? I don't know. Also, what key passive would we take? So we would definitely go with like damage for Dark Shroud. So I guess let's just start here. we'll start here and then kind of see what we can do. We wouldn't do vulnerable damage. Damage per Dark Shroud is really all we can do. We need both of these, so yes, we would keep vulnerable damage here. More like Crown if I ran out of resources. You need to start streaming too, parents. I used to need some TDB for knee pain. Now mostly recreational. What build am I working on? Trying to find some way to think about doing Heartseeker without Victimize if they don't fix Victimize, which I don't think they will. So it's like, what do I pivot to? Like, if I want to, like, try to find some way to see if I can keep Heartseeker alive. What the hell? What is this? What are these stats? what are these stats? Why is this a thing on Maxroll? I just realized that. Well, I guess we found a new meta, guys. Here it is. Hold on, let me put this in the Discord and take a screenshot. Put this in the Discord. Yeah, hold on. I don't know if anyone on Maxroll is aware of this. That's the funny part about it. So I don't know if Riv is aware. Hold on. What's that? Yo, recap. Pretty much. Where's my T emote? Oh, I don't have the updated T emote on my in the Discord. What? Oof. I need to get that fixed. All right, cool. I had to post that in the Discord for Maxroll. I was just like, I saw this, I'm like, hey, no way. What? Thoughts on Twisting Blades into season 5? I mean, Twisting Blades will be good. Basically all the core skills on rogues are actually pretty good. You have some that are going to be in S tier, but you're going to have others that are going to be like maybe in A tier, and then maybe one in like B tier. So like Twist and Blaze is probably going to be a good strong A tier build. So like if you like Twist and Blaze, for sure you can totally play Twist and Blades. I mean, don't expect it to outperform like Rapid Fire Barrage, but like if you're wanting to like do everything in the game, like you're not limited by playing Twist and Blaze. It's not like, oh, I can't do Eternal, Infernal Hordes now, or I can't do bosses, or I can't do Pit, or I can't, no, like you'll be able to do everything on Twist and Blaze, just fine. So it just depends on what you're, what you're wanting, what you're wanting to do ultimately. Okay, so how do I pick a key passive here? Because you can't go momentum. Obviously, the stats are right there, but even without that, you can't go momentum. So I guess you could still do close quarters combat, but I mean, you could also do exposure. But I mean, what's that going to help? Honestly, this is it. Like, this is all you can do. Precision obviously doesn't make any sense. So even if you don't, can't even mind. TB, Flurry, kind of same level-ish. I would say Twisting Blaze is a little better than Flurry. Still, like a teeny bit better. Not. We're talking about like. Is I won't say teeny bit better, but like a small difference. Twisting Blaze will just be better on bosses. That's kind of the thing. That's how that's what you want to put there. Would you play TB with Innersight? Initially before, yeah, but not anymore. What up, Sticks? What's up? Because of the Condemnation Dagger change, I think everything is gonna be combo point now. Because they buff Combination Dagger, and it's like you can probably end up doing a 2-to-1 ratio on TB, poison TB, and 2-to-1 on Flurry if you go poison as well, or even physical Flurry. So if it wasn't for the Combination Dagger buffs, I mean, you could potentially do Innersight on both Flurry and TB, and it'd be fine. I mean, it's still fine, but like, it's hard to justify it over. Pecha actually played Innersight. I think it was it Innersight or Preparation Flurry on PTR. How did you feel about that on PTR? I did it too as well, but not as long as Pecha did. It makes sense if you don't think about it. You be playing the range quarters, close quarters combat. I mean, basically, all you would do is you would use Shadow Step for your cutthroat, basically, and then you would just. I mean, that's really. I mean, you can't. There are no other key passes for you to choose from. Like Victimize is so bad. I mean, I guess you could still take Victimize technically and just do shit damage, but that's no fun. I guess you could. No, because I mean, even when we did build around Victimize and PTR, it was like actually have vulnerable everywhere. It was like complete dog shit. So like I wouldn't even bother even like, yeah, I would rather almost just close quarters combat, to be honest. Victimize, but you're the victim. I mean, pretty much. Amanda says, Kenny Pan or Kennedy Pan, what's going on? Ultimate passives have no cap from what I heard. What do you mean by that? Sorry, I'm just not seeing that comment. Rolando. I mean, we could technically make this into a Rain of Arrows build. Technically. Like, we can just go Heartseeker, Rain of Arrows. Before you guys laugh at me too much. Is it Rain of Arrows getting a really big buff? Not big enough to make it like, not big enough to make it better than like 5 or 6 or 7 other rogue builds. But it'll be fun to play with, I guess. But you have to go all in, like completely all in on it. So yeah. But I guess now that you're spending resource, you could go preparation and some sort of Rain of Arrows or ordeal thing and go Dark Shroud, damage to Dark Shroud, but I don't know. Damage for Dark Shroud. Would you? I took out No Witness, didn't I? Did. Look at this Paragon board. It's quite nutty. Just chilly outside today for you, California weather. I don't know why this song is so chill to me. I just love the. I know I listen to music to all different genres as a musician, and like this is one of those that's just like it's 5-piece band from Berkeley, like the School of Berkeley or whatever like that, Indian ensemble, and it's just like so much fun to listen to. At that point, isn't just Arrowstorm, Rain of Arrows, that just happens to use Heartseeker? Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, you still need to be able to proc Rain of Arrows, like the Arrowstorm stuff, right? So, and then you need something to be able to reduce the cooldown for Rain of Arrows. So, like, being able to spam Heartseeker that actually spends resource now would be good for preparation, which would be good to reduce the cooldown on Rain of Arrows. So, I mean, you can technically have some sort of AoE. I mean, it wouldn't be great for like high pit stuff because you wouldn't be able to get enough damage out of it, I don't think. But actually, you know what we could do? Can someone do me a favor in chat real quick? Can someone in chat do me a favor? Go to, because somebody might have it bookmarked somewhere or something. Go to Woody's builds and grab me his Arrowstorm planner. I have an idea, But if I have a starting point, I might can figure it out quicker. First, I want to apologize to Darkside, and then I need to apologize to the chat. Yeah, that was quick. Thanks, Peachin. Okay. For a Young Blood Brass Band playing the song Brew. I have not yet. But thanks for putting me on. I will definitely take a listen. Okay, so this is what he did for Reign of Arrows. I'm Reign of Arrows, sorry, Storm Storm Planner. Fist to face kind of put in there. Cal the Nameless, obviously, just because it's just cool. Damn it, for Dark Shroud. Yeah, it's kind of. Basic attack. So I guess what I would do is, if I could find some way to make Heartseeker strong. So the thing about it is that you can actually make Heartseeker hit kind of hard, like initially. Like you can make it actually do some decent damage. Kind of. You just won't have any clearing potential. So like Arrow Storms can kind of help with that. Kind of. Although I probably wouldn't do Arrow Storms on both here. Actually, I guess I could. I could. Because I still want Heartseeker to actually deal damage. In this case scenario, his puncture isn't dealing any damage. Guarantee you it's not. Yeah, see, he only got one rank. Same thing with Flurry. It's literally just to build up speed for it. Why they pushing stealth so much? I don't get it. Well, I mean, rogue. Enough said. Actually, doesn't the explosion have 100% lucky hit chance? The evade does. Okay. That explains why that's there. Okay. You run the non-physical, just the evade. So I think okay. So technically, I could turn Heartseeker into a Arrow Storms type situation. I mean, you could do it with puncture too. I'm not saying you can, but I think you can do it in a way where Heartseeker also still hits pretty hard. So you're not just relying on arrow storms, but arrow storms complement. You might be able to get decent value out of that. I can't think of anything else I could. I really wish I was able to like play around the people. It prevents you from meeting females because they aren't coming. That's how I'll end up disease. Ramon is like, I am no help there. 18. I'm 18. I'm old. I'm in the prime of your life at 18? Really? I don't know. I don't know my prime, but I mean, I can totally understand. I can totally understand you know your ventures, your beach ventures, of course. At 18, yes, I can understand that. To be quite honest with you, well, I guess parents, I guess it just depends on the kind of female you're looking for. Like, if it's chilly at the beach, like typically speaking, you'll probably find the female who probably doesn't want to be around a crowd of people, who would rather for it not to be crowded at the beach and would just kind of just like enjoy the breeze and stuff. So like you'll probably get a more level-headed female in those case scenarios than a female. Then if it was hot at the beach where you're just getting a bunch of um uh appropriately acting 18-year-olds. That's probably the best way I could put it. You're what you would expect that 18-year-old females to act like. That makes sense. So with 18, so I guess it just depends on the kind of females you're looking. Right. At your age, at 18, you're probably not looking for necessarily what I described in the first depiction, but I mean, hey, everyone is different. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how much can I take from this and attempt to I guess because all you're really doing is really throwing 2 Aerostorm aspects and then you're done. Like it's a crowd control, Dark Shroud, damage per Dark Shroud setup, and then you're basically throwing 2 Aerostorm aspects and then you're calling it a day. Like that's the extent of this. Mostly. For the shadow damage, I mean that helps too, for sure. That also helps too. I guess my thought is that I don't know, because like I'm trying to figure out a way to be able to make a Heartseeker setup that is still mostly based around Heartseeker. Like in terms of Heartseeker being a damage dealer. Like if I can add arrow storms for an additional, AoE help in a sense, sure, but I don't know if I can do that. And still be able to make Heartseeker hit for like ridiculous. It's like, for instance, I'm still gonna use a shard because I want Heartseeker to hit hard, like because we're thinking about single target, right? Arrow Storm single target ain't gonna be that good. Let's be honest. Like let's be honest with ourselves. You have to run Alchemist Fortune on skill tree to create non-physical. Well, no, I can just do cold clip. I can just run cold clip, and then I can run and then I can just get the elemental. That'll also give me a way to freeze and stuff without necessarily getting a utility either. But then again, I guess if I do cold clip though, then my Paragon board and stuff, I'll be running candy and things, and that would not synergize well with arrow storms. Oh yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I never thought I'd hear Nas and 21 Savage on the same track. Sorry, I'm just looking through this because I'm really trying to figure out what the hell to do here. I guess I'll do rubies. I need to actually go look at the notes. What does Pain Gorgers not work with? There are quite a few multipliers it doesn't work with, but it's not as bad as Victimize. How do Heartseeker roll performance season 5? Well, if Victimize isn't fixed, it's not going to be good at all. I'm saying not good. It's going to be, well, it's not, well, roughly it's not, it's going to be pretty behind the regular builds. If Victimize works, it'll be one of the best rogue builds in the game. So literally, we're legit just waiting, I guess. I'm assuming it's not gonna get fixed because I haven't seen it in the patch notes, but I can, you know, who knows? Okay, I'm looking for some stuff now. Hold on. I'm looking for my notes. Zion, what's going on? Honestly, I didn't even try Heartseeker and don't know how it works exactly, so I have no ideas. It's just rough because I know so many people liked it last year or this current season. So like I don't want to just give up on it and be like, you know, well, if it works, you know, here's the setup, I guess. So I kept the planner for if if it somehow decides to still work in season 5, but if it doesn't, I kind of want to have a backup, sort of. But I don't know. How did you come across the whole like tugboat bill, anyways, Canadian? Like, how did you just come up with that initially? I'd be interested as to know the thought process. I love it, Vin. All right, say no more. Much more simple of an answer than I thought. But hey, well, that covers it. All right, Peachin. See you, man. Is real good next season? Yes. Where are the notes? I swore I had what Pain Gorger works with. Maybe it's just in a different. Hmm. I can't find it. It's somewhere. I know I have it somewhere. Yeah. I have my victimized notes, but I don't have my pain gorgers notes. I guess it's because I never really used pain gorgers, so I didn't really care. But I had some information regarding it as like a just in case I ever play around with it. I know Ava would have it somewhere. I just thought I had it too. Uh, mm, there it is. I found it. I found it. Oh, Ava sent it to you recently. Okay, I just found it in my notes. Like, like literally just found it. All right, so pain gorgers. So vulnerable works, distance works, basic attack works, chip candy does work, malice works, exploit works, moonrise seem to work. Elements work, conceited work. So adaptability doesn't work. Conceited works. Penitent greaves works. Control glyph seems to work. Sort of. So okay. Starless Skies worse. Okay, so actually, there a lot of things actually does work. Oh, well, crit damage doesn't work. That's rough. But we're not stacking crit damage anyway. But that's a 50% multiplier that's gone. We're not using crown. Well, actually, no, wait a minute, because trick attacks, we are using POW. So trick attacks. Oof, okay. All right. I guess it's not. I guess it's not that bad then. It's not nearly as bad as all the things that Victimize don't work. But actually, I don't know. A lot of what doesn't work on Victimize also doesn't work on Pain Gorgeous either. So, I don't know. So I guess that's still gonna be a no-go then. All right. That's all I really need to know. All right. So no, basically no. Romero is gonna hide. Do I know any content creator that focus on sword in the last class I haven't played yet? Many actually. You got Fame Regalas. Well, she doesn't focus on sword, but she does play a lot of sword. Makuna is probably the main person there. Makuna and Roxy. Both of them are Sork only players that stream a lot. Northward, but he streams like the first couple of weeks of the season and then he goes away. Barricade plays a lot of Sork. He's not Sork only though. Macro, no. Yeah, I mean that's kind of. I mean, those would be my recommendations, I guess. Be looking for like a Sork streamer. Roxy and Makuna would be my top two. I plan to run Victimize with it for season 5. Didn't have the time to switch to gears. Simply runs PTR. Yeah, Victimize is practically dead. I have no faith that they're gonna fix it before. Alright. So no Pain Gorgers, guys. Can't do Pain Gorgers. Thought maybe I can finagle something, but nope. Yeah, I don't have any choice but to go damage to crowd control there. Days, I guess. Chance. Is. Your answer? Yeah, you're welcome. Better tell me the story on Discord. Okay, will do. It'd be an absolute tragedy if they didn't fix Victimize. How do you acknowledge that anything is wrong with it? They know. They just hasn't been a.
Yo, Dark Side. We just got raided, son. We just got raided. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new
what's
viewers.
Happening?
Sheezy out.
What is up?
King Menelik raided my stream with 1 views.
What's going on? Yeah, so I think trying to think. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a budget arrow storm setup here. Budget meaning like I'm not gonna go full in like what Rudy did on his. I'm also not gonna do Fist of Fate here either. Cause ain't no way in hell a good Fist of Fate is gonna roll. uh it's just not gonna happen. I guess vulnerable damage makes sense. Vulnerable damage, actually, dexterity makes more sense than vulnerable damage. Let's go dex. Damage to Heartseeker. Okay, we don't need cold resist though. Get some dodge up. Get some dodge chance up in here. It's clone. Doge chance. Don't need all that movement speed. This would make more sense. Oh wait, I just realized something. No. Oh no, I guess that's a change anyway, so never mind. Who is Ezra? Appreciate the sub. Thank you. Do you have ETO when Maxroll will update? Like you mean the items, like the new items, or like the bills themselves? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this and then make a new one. That. The items, honestly, no idea. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. Mippy's been asking, like, he's been the one that's been the most consistently asking about it. We have our dev tool who does all that work for us. Our planners are a little more intricate and things, and it just makes it a little more difficult to input things or get things inputted the way that we can. So it takes a little longer to get ours updated, unfortunately, versus other sites that already have theirs up, which I know can be kind of annoying if you really enjoy the Maxroll planner, right? So, which is understandable. But yeah, I wish I had a better answer for you. Stable elixirs. Lucky hit chance. I don't know. Maybe Dex. There. Are we doing arrow storms in places though? Guess what aspects would I want to roll? So we got Moonrise still. That ability for basic attack still. We don't want cold clip. So I guess I can fit 2 Aerostorm aspects then. I can fit it here and I can fit it here. Won't be as strong as like going pure Aerostorms, but I think I can make a actually, what is that value actually? Now I think about it, what is that value? Like let's say two-hand bow. Oh, even the secondary damage is also buffed. I just realized that. Okay. That's actually a pretty big deal then. Still don't know if I would take it over Moonrise and that ability on these 2 slots. Maxroll is your favorite for Theorycrafting. It's unfortunate. It is. Vanna says soon to you. Fenrir, appreciate the follow. Yeah, I wish I didn't. I said, Kyle, what's going on YouTube? They nerfed Creeping Death, so sad. I think what you saw on Creeping Death was the value it's supposed to be, and then they mucked it up when they initially put it there, and then they had to fix the muck up because it happened with several other skills, several other aspects too. So definitely not alone in that. Yeah. So I guess I can do it then. I don't have this on like a calculator or anything. So this is like legit kind of off the top. I have to find this way to make them vulnerable though. So I would need to roll a chance to make enemies vulnerable somewhere. We can remove the vulnerable damage here. That's not useful there. Chance to make enemies vulnerable. Probably need to exploit Lift 2 as well to initially make them vulnerable so we can actually get a lot of arrows at the start. Okay, I don't need innervation. Actually, do I even need the totem? Is the question. But I guess, I mean, because I forgot I had the totem here. Probably not. Crown of Starless isn't valuable for Heartseeker. So actually, the Cal the Nameless after the Crown nerf is actually stronger than Crown on basically every rogue build. So, I mean, you can still go crown, but there's almost no reason to do it. Given that the 2 passives on the helm, the reworked helm or whatever, is just so good. Now, of course, you still want to keep Starless Skies, don't get me wrong, but the new crown isn't stronger than the new cow at the moment. On Rogue, that is. Then again, you can't wear cow in the class, but yeah. Are you cooking Heartseeker? I'll play this build this in season 5 beginning. I will hold off on that Harlock because I'm actually trying to play. I'm trying to figure something out without Victimize, because I don't know if Victimize is going to be fixed in PTR, and if it's not, then you can't play Heartseeker the way that you used to. So I'm trying to come up with an alternative, but it's not going to be as strong as Victimize setup. Unfortunately, again, like I said, we don't know if Victimize is going to work. So we'll see. So I'm gonna keep a Victimize setup, but I'm gonna also make a non-Victimize setup and see what I can do to kind of keep Heartseeker alive in a different way. No promises though. It's not looking that great, but we'll see. Can I do hold on. Wait, what? Oh, that's why. Oh, okay, so I can just remove this. That works. Okay, that's better than the crowd control damage. I'll take that any day. And I guess what we'll have. We need a temper. Our secret duration. This is actually pretty good. I think that's really all else I can really do on this amulet. Or Dark Shroud chance. Dodge chance. Could just do that. Smoke grenade cooldown. Well, I guess now no sword. If trick attacks was still there, but that's gone. Works. I have to just make a sword. Dex life. I'm trying to think what else I could put there. There's no other unique I'd care for. Doombringer would be kind of hilarious. Azarath? that probably sounds really silly. Um, did they buff Azarath? It's out of curiosity. I don't know if, if so, what does it look like? I literally don't remember. Um, much bigger cold value there, and also everything else is pretty. Oh, with this cold damage again, shitty. Guess what I'm trying to do. I guess it could be nice for a proc though. How much whatchamacallit I'm gonna have a crap ton of lucky. Except when it comes to the boss though. Oh man. Story of our lives. Vulnerable damage, I guess. Or damage over time. I guess damage over time would actually make sense on the storms. What would he do? He just did vulnerable. Why do you go couch restoration twice? With the with the bug fix to Caltraps. Like, I guess there really isn't anything else to take though, I guess. Armada Armadin. I guess realize what you said. Yeah, so I guess at this point, actually, I guess Elemental Surge wouldn't be too bad here. I mean, I guess why not? Because I mean, do we really care about the couch restoration that much? I don't know. Guess what aspect would I want here? Edge Masters. What am I missing? I guess Retribution was to be like really good. I was double dipping still. Let's see, as adaptability. Storm. See what all did I take? But I really kind of do want to do cold clip, man. That's just. I can't do Eldritch Bounty with it. And then all the physical damage from. Actually, wait a minute. Paragon. Let's go to Paragon. I'd probably move Ambush. Control. Annie. I mean, you got chipped and what is it? What else is there? Pride. John versus Games. Appreciate the follow. It's pretty much most of the same thing except for just no canny. But chip and pride don't work. If I was to go cold clip. I haven't seen much from Lucran. Yeah, well, now that the nerf happened, I don't think many people really care anymore. I guess. The wife loves my builds. Oh, well, thanks. There's no problem. I thought I was actually already. Oh no, you're good. I'm attempting to work on a different Heartseeker setup because I don't know if Victimize will be fixed or not. So from PTR, if it is fixed, then literally we can completely ignore everything I'm doing. If it's not fixed, then we have to go a whole different route, which won't be nearly as powerful as a fixed Victimize setup. So I am trying to figure out to do, and right now I'm leaning on trying to buff, kind of do like a hybrid Heartseeker Arrow Storms hybrid. So I trying. Keyword is trying. I forgot about rapid. I knew I think I knew I was missing like one really. Let's hear what I want. Why did he keep the vulnerable damage gems in here? I assume the damage over time gems would have been better. That's okay though. I guess this is fine. Master work at 12. We want to crit 3 times on a damage for Dark Shroud. That should be pretty sick though. I'm trying. Like I said, I'm still to Peter. What's going on? I'm trying. I'm trying. I could make it more Aerostorm focused and then kind of put the Aerostorm aspects on the weapon and the amulet, and then put the Heartseeker damage on ring and glove instead. So I can either make Aerostorm stronger or I can make Heartseeker stronger. So like I guess it just depends on the focus here. Which in my opinion, I'll say my opinion. Where I stand, I kind of want the focus to be on Heartseeker. Aerostorm kind of supplement idea. Okay. So it makes more sense. I have it somewhere already. Yeah. Numbers here. Yeah, Faith. Yeah, Faith. I got this. I I hope. I hope. There's some kind of cool things I think I can kind of get away with and do. I just don't know how strong this would be versus some of the stronger builds, I guess you could say. But I mean, this isn't looking too bad, to be honest. Actually, why do I have this to fridge? Oh yeah, because I can these. Actually, don't need days here. What? And then we'll Mr. Can we masterwork? Can we like masterwork or do any crafting on unique uniques? You can masterwork uniques and noble uniques, but you can't temper them. You can masterwork them. Is that what you're asking? Freeze. That's fine. Yeah. Where's my armor at? I don't think I have armor anywhere. That's an easy fix because I can get armor here. Skull here or skulls. Demon, what's going on? I have to change your name to okay. You told me that last time. I recognize your name. Do you think you'll ever get your account back or no? Will he be playing right at season launch? When you say he, or are you talking to me, or are you talking to someone else in chat? Sorry, missed it. The added from Dark Shroud, damage Dark Shroud better than the stats for the multi from key passive. When it comes to crowd control, when it comes to close quarters combat, yes. Oh, okay, yeah. I will be playing at season launch, yeah. Yep. I usually do blast on the first couple of days at least. I do like an 18, 19 hour stream on the first day, usually. Season launch. And then I kind of taper off from there. You sent Apple via email. You sent an Apple via email. Okay. But yeah. So the thing is that this setup is really not based around crowd control damage, but you're taking it because you don't have any other key passives that works with this. You can't go precision, can't go victimize. We don't know if it's fixed or not, so that's the whole reason why I'm doing another route with Heartseeker as well as a just in case backup. Momentum doesn't work with it. Exposure does nothing for it. So like the only other option you have is close quarters combat. You don't care about that key passive as much, which is why you go damage per Dark Shroud Shadow and kind of hope that you deal enough damage to where you don't have to rely so much on close quarters combat. But it's there if you need it. I know I kind of sell a lot of what sounds like probably crazy crazy things, but this is me trying to do like a Heartseeker with Aerostorm supporting setup, I guess. It's kind of hard to say where this will end up. I do need to fix my key. Skills here. Charisma has been misbeat already, so. What are my thoughts on the new Skyhunter change? Definitely best in slot now. So why not precision when you use Rain of Arrows? So I'm not using Rain of Arrows, I'm using Arrow Storm. So I'm using the proc. Yeah. Not the ultimate. Otherwise, yeah, I guess you could do precision with that. If I was going to ultimate. Yeah. If I went the ultimate route, it's way too big of a commitment. I wouldn't be able to make both work. But yeah, the Skyhunter change is nice. Cool to kind of see Skyhunter back in builds. Probably one of my favorite unique update changes, to be honest. Yeah, I think I got it. I think this is mostly it. Actually, realize I don't have any crit chance. I have like no crit chance anywhere. Then again, I do get a lot of crit chance from stuff in the tree. That chance here. Heartseeker itself has crit chance. Crit chance. Quick attacks also chance. Yeah, we're good. And of course, how the nameless is also gonna. But I can't really rely on this 100% just because of bosses. So that's Christian. Yeah, I guess we have enough. Now that we put Christians here, we do have enough. Yeah. Well. I guess this will probably be better either. We also have inner sight too, so yeah, I guess we're good. Yeah, this is about all I really can do. I think it is a spin-off of something of what Woody was trying to do on Arrow Storms, but I made it more Heartseeker based. Arrow Storms is kind of like the supplement here. I do need to go back on my Paragon board and like really things there. Also, let's try Shadow and Beam. I think Shadow and Beam's damage will actually be decent considering I got a lot of flat damage bonus. So I think it might be pretty cool to Actually, where did I get that? Oh, that's right. I should probably need to scale this a bit. Do that. Actually, don't need any of this. Just jump it all into shadow and beam damage. That. We can swing that too as well, so in some way. What if we did? Where can I remove a point from? I could probably do something like this, and drop that. This would be I guess this would be a way to be able to apply shadow and beam it. Dash can do it too. It's Heartseeker final level up with 2. Not as your first rogue build. My little sister from a Mephisto uncle. Hello, Joseph. Yeah, not as your first build. Like once you kind of have like Moonrise and adaptability already from leveling from a different rogue character or a different character in general, then it's a lot easier to level Heartseeker at the start. But as your first build, no. Pretty much most of the other rogue builds would be better as a first rogue setup per se. What am I gonna level up with? Barrage, most likely. I think I start with Barrage every season anyways. Like every season I always start with Barrage. Barrage is just so good and so it's just so streamlined. Like it's easy, it's super easy to level with, and it's easy to play, and it's easy to hit a bunch of stuff. So I always start with Barrage. Yeah, I might have to get rid of Canny. Chip is dexterity. Pride is strength. Let's do Chip. How expensive is it though, compared to like trying to get around the other stuff? Let's see. Oof. Actually, let's do this. Oh no, it's still dexterity. I'm still -2 though. I guess I don't need the vulnerable damage here. It does give me 10 dex though, so that's 4 points to get there though. If I go like this, 35 dex. Actually, let's do that. We can do that instead. Get rid of. I guess this gives me the same amount anyway. Okay. Guess that works. We can remove the intel there. Go up here. It's dex. Fine. Alright, so we actually saved 2 points by doing that. What's another one? Got fluidity, tricks to the trade, still important. Eldritch bounty is not important anymore. Alright, we can just remove this whole board. What's my health look like? 30k? I guess we could still go no witness for some health. But I don't need any more all res stuff, so we can not worry about this. Also, I guess, do we even care about the daily ambush board now anymore? Also, since we're running cheap shot, do I want to try to get damage to crowd control enemies now? That takes me all the way out there, though. Also, cheap shot too. I'll probably go with Pride. Get better damage reduction. There we go. Also could also pick up this too. This would be pretty massive. Will this be a 6 board thing now? Actually, no, I don't know, because I don't need this either. So I could probably go no witness. I'm back. Sophie, what's going on? All right. Honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to figure out the entire Paragon tonight, though. I'd be stoked if this actually worked out pretty well. Shadowing Beam for extra AoE damage. We did pick up a lot of dark damage per Dark Shroud. We did pick up some crowd control damage. I'm not too happy about this, but you don't really have a choice but to attempt this. Kind of is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just no witnesses that's left here, right? 'I guess we could still take this for life %. Why not? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, no witness is the only other one you can go here. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, all damage is actually not that bad either. To go for, but there is devious push. Also diminished. 15% reduced physical damage from vulnerable enemies. You just got back from your house, not played a new season yet. What's the verdict? No one's played a new season yet. Season 5 comes out on Tuesday, so we're not quite there yet. Are any builds using exposure? Not that I know of. Exposure's good. I think the tough part is just figuring out how to fit it in. I don't think I can really do anything damage related here, I think. Yeah. I think Diminish is actually a good choice here. Especially with Tyrael's Might, since like you get the damage reduction, but then you also get the elemental, the max elemental thing or whatever. So you get damage reduction and you got, well, I don't know. And then I guess there's also Devious too. Control damage, but I don't know. let's just throw Devious in here. Oh, that's right. It's Dexterity. That's rough. Yeah, and the life nodes are over here too. um, 20, 25. So this would be 10, 20, 25, 30. I got enough points to do that. There's also crowd control damage over here too as well. Also pick up, but actually, what is this here? Fluidity. Why is there so much dex here to do? Oh, that's right. I don't have to take this anymore. It did give me dex. It did give me a lot of dex though. I guess now I can like not take a lot of this. Actually, I don't even need this board, period. I just realized that. There is physical damage over here. Yeah, but this whole entire board is, well, useless now. Umbrix is a trap, but not a trap skill. Yeah. Crazy, right? Yeah. Those quarters doesn't seem fitting for the playstyle. Yeah. I mean, you're right, but the problem is that there are no other choice. Like exposure doesn't do enough for like it won't help with anything. I guess you can spam Death Trap. I don't know, but then you have to kind of go more into ultimate damage with no witness and try to figure out how to make Death Trap do enough damage. It's got Lucky Hit on it now. Yeah, Death Trap just doesn't do enough damage. So at least with this, you're getting a multiplier of some sort. But you have, so the idea is honestly is to shadow step basically once every 8 seconds to get the buff. Like that's kind of how that goes. We're gonna have life on hit too. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you just can't, like exposure just won't do enough. I thought about it. I really, really did think about it. I don't know whether this goes now multiplicative or is the same before, but the different numbers we're going to be a passionate. It's the same as before. They didn't change whether something is additive or multiplicative. So that just remains the same. Also, I need to get rid of this. I don't know why I have this still. Okay, extra points here. I might have to finish this up tomorrow. I'm definitely getting tired, and I got a Maxroll meeting in the morning. But I know I can just get rid of this entire board because this board makes no sense anymore. So, I really hate this board too, but it's such a necessity. I guess what we could do is let's move this over here. Let's rotate this. Connect. How many boards is that? We still got 6 boards. Okay. We got 5 glyphs though, so try exploit. Okay, so we don't need devious then. We can do fluidity. Makes more sense here. I still gotta get Dex though. I see that's Dex 2. Pride is strength. Actually, let's do fluidity here. There we go. Yeah. I will say that going this way probably makes no sense then. We should probably just went from the south. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gotta go that way. I guess it's still roughly the same. Okay, so that's 45, 40. Okay. All right, we have to just hit a couple of points going this route. And do that there. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we did get more damage versus crowd control there. We can pick up damage to crowd control here. We can pick up damage to crowd control here. While still doing, what is it? Was it Pride? Pride. It's unstable elixirs let you post net full HP. I believe so, yes. Not going after max life notes. Oh no, I did. I still went this way. But yeah, I'm already at 34k, which is on the rogue. It's actually pretty decent, and also with Tyrael's might, you're really, really tanky. along with Dark Shroud, which would kind of be like, Zarya feels like it's overkill. But we'll kind of see. But I have 31 points left. I'll probably go take crowd control damage here. Crowd control damage there, and then finish off with picking up life nodes like right here. Right here. That's an easy 4%. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of far away. That's a lot of points. Actually, why do I have this many decks? This much decks? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7, 8. I guess it doesn't matter which route I take. Still gotta go. I still know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still the same. And then we'll go down here. So we did all that. Still got 10 points left. It really isn't another glyph I care about. Yeah, trick attacks. We could pick up some physical damage. Got maximum life there. Physical damage will help with arrow storms, but one, two. I got so many points in the exploit that I no longer need. I guess I could go for another board. But all of my routes are pretty long though, because of the way that I chose to do it. I have to move this board over here and then connect another different board there. $30. Yeah, actually saved me quite a few points there. So 18. Yeah, that wouldn't be enough points to kind of go and grab another glyph, but what I could do though is probably stack up on control glyph for control on a different board. Yeah, and then probably mass out the control glyph. Put on exploit weakness. probably best case scenario. Yeah, that is best case scenario. I have no English, do I? Got strength, dex, and okay, so this is the only and when I got. So I'm gonna have to redo that. Cool. Chipped. Let's figure out what we're gonna do with this. These Intel nodes. I don't like having that there, but there. Gives me 8. So we got 5 Intel there. That. Yeah. What's going on? Bloodmaster, what's happening? Joke and idea what's happening. Do I want to hear a joke about construction? I'm still working on it. What up, Jug? How you doing, man? I still got 12 points left over. So even though I mashed out roll, I still got points. Yeah. I don't even know. I don't know how to. There really is another board. I guess you could do Lorena's Instinct if I can figure out a way to get there. Or just Bounty won't work. Cunning Stratagem doesn't work. I don't know what I need. Like, I really don't need. I don't need anything else, technically. Everything else is just like buff. Could come up here, pick up some life there. Movement after. Where can I go? What can I do? Cunning? This is something I did before on the Barrage build. I was able to exploit Updated. Okay. Same thing here. I do that and I remove some of my life nodes. That one. What about the other is chilling, brother. Gonna be working on the build for season 5. I'm working on several different ones. Trying to trying to find some way to make I did it. I did it. But all the way down to the last freaking point. You gotta be kidding me. I couldn't have planned that any better. Now, but the thing is that in order for this to work, it has to be a strength. I can pick up another glyph, but what would it be? Oh, ambush, done. Okay. Alright, well, get it. Well, now I'm minus 1 point. We can figure that out though. 32k life, that's fine. I probably just remove life note. And yeah. Yeah, we did good. We did good. Yeah. Got tricks of the trade. We did, yeah, we did good. We did lose like 8% max, though, but I think given everything else, not bad. So I think what I don't like is the reliance on close quarters combat to make up some damage, but we kind of need it. I'm thinking about Umber Crux here instead of the sword here, but we'll figure it out. What lies at the bottom of the ocean into a nervous wreck? Where are you getting these jokes from, sir? Where are you getting these jokes from? But yeah, so we capped armor. We definitely capped resistance. Dad jokes 101. Yeah, so I guess this is an alternative, I guess. Alternative Heartseeker with some arrow storms kind of. I'm probably gonna send this to Woody as well. Over it. Just because I know I went more Heartseeker focused. So I guess Heartseeker can do a shit ton of damage on his own, like without the Victimize, whatever, like some although with the nerf to this sword in the brown a little less. But you might be able to make something with arrow storms kind of slack, but Other than that, I can't think of what else I could possibly do here. When's the last time you updated this? He still got catch-up duration. Masterwork too, like I'm sure you're probably adjusting it. Yeah. This is one of the ugliest looking boards though. But I guess it makes sense though, since exploit weakness is low. So I'm not going up to the top. There's 3 boards that don't connect. This is probably a shorter way than going to the end. Flurry momentum leveling guide. Probably. Very much likely Flurry will be momentum for leveling and also end game. So haven't gotten around to it, but definitely will. All right, well, cool. We actually did some stuff today. I'm actually pretty happy with most things. Actually, why do I have that there though still? This has movement speed. Sky Hunter has stutter step. Okay, so yeah, we don't need this. Make my last adjustments to rapid fire real quick. Um, Actually, I probably don't even need this though either. Alchemist Fortune. Do I really need that? Or do I even need innovation actually with Sky Hunter? Probably save those 4 points and put them elsewhere. But I mean, they're not. There really isn't anywhere I really could put them. That would make sense. This is actually isn't too bad. Like if I was gonna do a range version of this, I'd probably get rid of these. I don't really have a reason to have like. Oh no, I guess never mind. Never mind. That lucky hit is necessary. It is necessary. All right. But I think I kind of want to do chilling weight. Just out of curiosity. Only when I'm doing with this version. Appreciate the follow. And then we'll come down and move this. I'll take air. Dodge. We'll save. Make sure I go back to Barrage, do the same thing. What's the lucky hit? Aim. There's no magical number, honestly. But you do want to have enough to be able to proc Umbrus quite often, as well as proc your vulnerable as well. So builds. I don't have them updated yet. Not all updated yet. Not yet, Cruise 6. But very soon. Let's go to skill tree. Yeah, it's a long process. We also got some new news today too, so that also changes up things. With the items and things. So that's why. Okay. But soon. It's a long weekend ahead. I mean, I think that is it, y'all. We are done here. For tonight. So we finished up Rapid Fire, we finished up Barrage, we did a CQC Heartseeker thing. See season 5. See, yes. HS AS QC CQCDS HSAS build. Close quarters combat, Dark Shroud, Heartseeker, Aerostorm. Only I would know what that means, but at least I have I know what this is when I'm looking at it. That's the most important part of it. That's all that matters right now. For now, that's all that matters. All right. We'll go back and tomorrow we will do what's left for me that I have to get done. Flurry and I gotta do Andoriel's, don't I? I gotta update Andy's. I wonder how much changes on Andy's though. Can't be that much, right? Do I look at bills from chat right now? Not right now, no. Bro, all of hey boss man Travis, what's going on? How am I doing? I'm all right. But yeah, I don't look at bills from chats right now because all the Maxroll creators right now are gonna be pulling all-nighters to finish up our guides before Monday. So I have zero time to look at chat builds, unfortunately. I'm not even finished doing what I gotta do, and then I gotta get on the back end after I end the stream because I can't do my work while I can't do the back end work while I'm streaming. So unfortunately, I gotta go and do that now, at least for the stuff I've already done, and then finish up Flurry and Dario and Andy's puncture, and then what else is there? Maybe touch up the Victimize Heartseeker as a just in case it actually works. But yeah. So I definitely appreciate y'all's hard work. Appreciate you. Thanks for that. We are this is the cut. Yeah. Otherwise, though, a fear. Normally, I would do gear checks and look at builds and stuff like that. I just don't have the time to do it this time, unfortunately. I just don't. I'm sorry. Heartseeker Victimize is what I'm going to run. Should be good with Coast Clip and Barrage. See, the unfortunate part of fear is that we don't know if Victimize is going to be fixed. It was bugged on the PTR. If it remains bugged and not fixed by season 5, then Victimize will be dead. Like all Victimize builds will be completely dead. So I would be cautious about going for it. If anything, I would like do like a leveling build. Obviously, you wouldn't do Heartseeker for leveling anyways. So do like a leveling build. And then like maybe transition into end game a little bit with that same build or something. And then kind of waiting to hear about whether Victimize has been fixed or not. Chances are we'll know on like day 1 or day 2. We'll have Ava most likely be testing a bunch of stuff. He's going to let us know. So if Victimize is fixed, then transition into Heartseeker Victimize for sure. Like absolutely, no question. If Victimize is not fixed from PTR, then you would definitely just go and yeah. Just go on your Eternal character and test it quickly. That works too. That's probably a lot better than what I just suggested. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, do that. The Rapid Fire be solid in season 5. It'll be Rogue's best build if Victimize doesn't work or it's still broken. Then Rapid Fire will be Rogue's best build. Anyhow, we need to raid out, so I can go ahead and get started on another Maxroll work here. Appreciate you guys kind of like sitting with me or chilling with me through the Theorycraft stream, which is pretty much all that we really did here. Let's see. Let's go to Clip This. Clip This is really cool. I like him a lot. He's been doing pretty well in the recent though. But yep. Other than that, as always, appreciate y'all. Tomorrow night, like I said, we'll probably try to finish up the rest of the stuff I did not finish up today. Lots to do, y'all. We'll have a bunch of stuff for you guys out by Monday at the latest, obviously. But yeah, it's been fun. Shout out to Crafty and Zerai and Matthias and Zario as guests, resident rapid fire players themselves. So it's pretty cool to kind of get to talk to them on stream because they do a lot of rapid fire. So I love asking for their opinions and what they think because they are beasts in their own rights. But yeah, have a good one. Catch up tomorrow night. As always, till next time.